And welcome back. Look at that, chat. Look at that. We're back again. Holy smokes. Look at the production quality, chat. Look at this. You want to know how much this cost to make? I don't even want to talk about it. You know what? You don't get to know. Fuck you. These things are incredible. This is a fan animation, by the way. The full one's actually available on the channel. Colorized stuff. That's actually so cool. So cool. Top of the line. It's all thanks to chat. The more mun-muns we get, the more I can dump into the games void of a fucking budget. I could have a house, you know. I could have. Could have as a past tense thing. But this project is more important than that. An apartment is just fine, living up the basics. Hold on, I'm just tweaking mods. Because now there are some mods out that might make this game more bearable, which is gonna be an interesting thing, I suppose. Money well spent, says Cody. Indeed. It's all an investment, if you will. That's the beauty of being crowdsourced. Thanks to you guys, we have made astronomical progress in an area where we would need a publisher, or it would just take even longer. That's why I'm so convinced, that's why I'm working so hard on YouTube and my job to try to blow this thing up. Because if I could make this bigger, I can hire. Uh-oh, Freudian slip. I can hire more people full-time. If I can hire more people full-time, we can make more progress. Hey, missed the stream, but how's the Alien game? It's pretty good, Scully. It's actually pretty good for what it is. Is it like a big blockbuster, like a mega title? No. For the game's first title, it's not too bad. Oh, Creative Assembly. Every time I see your logo, I think the opposite of creative. I think unimaginative, and I think assholes, and literal fucking bigots. Like, that is all I think. Wow, look, it's a pot. I don't care. Now that I don't care about pots and stuff, we're going to be continuing our campaign as Ajax the Cuck. Chad's like, Ajax was not a cuck. He's like, oh, I don't know, Trey, could have been. You don't know. Stupid Cyclops looks so stupid. Oh my god, looks retarded. Chat power, says Uncle Touchy. Indeed. CA makes me sad, says Green Branch. CA makes everyone sad with their unoriginality and their greed. Not to mention their incessant need to harass modders and their community members. It's incredible. And their inability to actually apologize for any of the horrible things they've done. Or admit for the fact that they're probably responsible for killing Creative Assembly Australia. They're probably responsible for that, by the way. They're the reason why we'll never get another Medieval 2 game, like a proper one. The Australian team's dead, and they fucking murdered them. I swear to God. That's my conspiracy theory. They killed them because they needed more money from Sega. Or some such bullshit. And then they gave us Rome 2 and Empire. Woo, yay, that's such good. Fuck the British team, seriously. I'm sure there's talented people that work there. But the people in control and positions of power are so corrupt and fucking evil. Remarkable. Well, the Bulgarian studio tried this. At least they tried. Well, it's a way to read. What resolution is this running at, I wonder? Just feels so different. I'm going to turn some stuff down. Kibs needs to upgrade. Oh god, don't turn that down. That's gonna cause issues. Boop, 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 boop. You won't notice the difference. It's only their games, by the way, that I have problems streaming. It's weird. It's weird. Better, okay. Optimization issues, though. Just random frame rate drops for no reason. It's incompatibility with my capture software. That's why I'm going to be saving to try to buy myself a new graphics card. Not for this necessarily, but because I need to replace the other two I have. And then swap it out one of the slots with a capture card. Because I'm pretty sure the capture card will be worth it in the long run for just... It'll get around this issue, this incompatibility issue that this has. Fortunately, it's not super pressing. Not many games have this problem. Just checking right now the frame rate. Okay, it seems to be stabilized. For now, the game's got some weird bugs. And Total Warhammer had some weird bugs too, until they patched them too, but I don't even like that game, so I don't have problems streaming because I don't stream anymore, but even when I did, it was one of those things that they managed to fix it, so whatever reason that bug is back, and it's agitating because like I like the quality of my content streams to be actually good, because I put so much money and effort into the production quality, only to have it get shat on because some inept programmer can't fucking do their job right. Absolutely boggles the mind, it does. Whatever, it's not the end of the world, I suppose. Once I get that capture card, I won't have to worry about that shit anymore. But that's money I'd rather spend on the game, to be honest, but sometimes the quality of our channel's content is more paramount. God forbid more new games have these similar issues.
Forward together.
Forward together. Am I with them or something? I don't even know. Well, what am I doing in this campaign? I haven't played this game in like 30 years. Okay, we're like over here doing stuff to these little Amazonians. Like murdering them. Leading a military building to replace dead people.
I love a challenge.
Alright, chat, it's time to rename these losers after you. Some of them, at least. So the expedition. I'll have to slow down, use the slow battle speed so I can call out your names as you're failing me because of my inept leadership. Like, what? You can't do that to me. Boop. Your name's too big, so I'm shorting it and removing one of the words. Renaming people. God damn it.
I'll make my mark.
Oh. Fellow ducks. Cat trap commander? That's obviously racist of you. Like, what? No, it's not. Man, my memory's starting to get frail. I already forgot who I started naming, so some of you might get doubled up. It's only one army, too. Hammerless rats, as they say. Well, let's go through all the armies we have and just do this now, otherwise I'll forget later. Can I rename the commander? I can. Don't fuck up. I don't know what the bottom title is for. Blue Bear Squicker. Okay, whatever. Let's see, who else? Chat, which one of you hasn't? I'm scrolling up through chat to find people who are lurking, because I need more volunteers for these armies. Come on, lurkers, make noises. I need to throw your names into the kill list. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Gorgeous Rex. Gilthorn. Throne. People in chat that exist. I don't even remember. A cheeseburger. I know Boog is always watching. Hands was here. Bubbles can be a giant. It's funny. Now let's see. Any of the lurker boys? Oh my god, Tacitus. Beautiful. You could be a big fat man. No. Moon fail. None of these losers better be named after me. Good. The cringe-ass fur fags are what you are. He's like, no. As keep. I think I gave you one, but whatever. We're probably gonna wait. Yes. Death Knight. 37. Good, good, chat. Yes, you'll be these things. GB dirt golems. Belantis, I think. And Genghis Prawn. I think Blade is also.
A giant among men.
Shut up. No one asked you. Blade could be that. Inquisitor Kitsune. We'll have to do, if we do new Total Wars, we'll have to do this right off the bat. That way I don't have to spend like 15 minutes doing name changes to all the units. Merlk is here. 3. And, who else? Florial. By the way, for those who have missed, haven't been added yet, it's okay to be persistent so I can yell at you and tell you that I've added you already. Hund. I think we're running out of people. Running out of Steam chat. Moonvale donates $5 say, should have kept my mouth shut. Should have keep my mouth shut. But I've changed it to kept because it sounds better. It's like, you did that, ditch, let it fuck with me. It's fine, you'll get to die due to my inept leadership, so congratulations. Barge can be here, so he can have his life thrown away for no good reason. Dogerton. Desco. King George. I think I've gotten everybody. Think so. But we could just simply wait until we see more. Part of this army's renamed, but it still has more. Oh, there's somebody. Good boy. Good boy. Stop demeaning me. The god of brownies. I got the new internet hooked up just in time. Good, you did. You're a brownie. Now you get to be, whatever those units were called before I renamed them. Derpy Spearman. Yes, methinks we have most of you guys named after stuff. Ah, Eric Schindler. Good, good.
Ever reliable.
Yes. You know you could There we go. I think I gave you one, but whatever. We're definitely running at our limit for little lads' names.
We will claim.
I can always rename a pre-existing one. There.
Eager for action.
They need to heal. Beautiful Apherius. Well, we'll recruit them for the sake of recruiting them. We seem to be at war with somebody who's seemingly attacking me. Being a bigot to Kibs, as you can see here. We'll need to get our armies ready for that, so we better start waddling over there. Got several little mean armies coming. There's one right there. Gotta remember what the hell I was building to begin with. Honestly, that building is kind of pointless because we have already one of them. Just smash it down. Okay. Okay, sounds good. By the way, the Fire Warrior stream isn't too far away, chat. I just need to take a day off to do it. Followed by the 6K subscriber special stream, which is also on its way. There will be accompanying hentai art for both of those things. Why? You can thank Jake for that. If it isn't the Lord of Ass and Titties himself. Single barter, some wood for military access. You know what? That's cool with me. I am alright with this deal. Oh yeah, I got the mod to decline all diplomacy. If they get super... Oh my god, I don't want to look at that. I don't want to look at the movement. Garbo, I already found you and put your name in there, including John's. Garbo's like, what? I thought you forgot about us. You just weren't paying attention, dummy. Oh my god, this is gonna be hilarious. You know what? Fine. We're gonna do this just so we can watch the AI fight. I am not gonna be intervening. Our allies are here to do the fighting. And my army's in an abysmal state, but Argos and Mycenae are showing up, so that's fine by me. God, not Fire Warrior, so that one's a keep. I know. We'll be doing a special up FPS after that because the Star Trek FPSs were released on GOG. So we'll be doing Star Trek Away Team or whatever it's called. Yavik donates a generous €5. Say, throw money at the Kibs. Have you ever played Barotrauma? Might be a good co-op stream game. My boy, my sweet succulent child. You need not look any further than our VODs. We've actually done a Let's Play of it already. We actually are taking a break until the game's done. There are about several odd streams of it already. Ninja Pancakes has followed. Welcome aboard, Ninja Boy. I'll rename a unit after you as soon as we get out of here. So I get to be a pancake. I would like pancakes, but I'm full right now, so... Oh, I can hit the continue button. I'm sort of sitting here like, it really is taking a while. Alright. Let's see how this works
from
out.
your ally have arrived.
Whoa, game. That's some leg there. Am you feeling okay? Okay, that cleaned up a bit. That was some weird initial leg there. Alright, whatever. That happened. I mean, it's kind of a bit
Victory
derpy,
is close enough to taste.
but I'm gonna just whatever. Steven Vest donates 50 DKKs, also known as Donkey Kong, not Danish kroners, by the way. Donkey Kong money. Thank you for the Donkey Kong money. Through money. Appreciate it, my dude. Very much so. Especially this month. Kibs might have been a little bit retarded this month, and has spent a lot of money on the game's development, and threw in even more money on the BT series to get the BT series off the ground. But to be honest, like, it had to be done, so I'm not complaining. It was definitely a heavy hit, which is why I panicked when I was driving today to the grocery store to get more groceries, because my food spoiled in my refrigerator. I don't know if the power went must off or something, but like the lettuce was spoiled, the fucking milk was spoiled, and it was just unnecessary, but it happened. Weird rock things. And so that sucked. So that was whatever. But on my way to the grocery store, the lights came, or the warning beep beep came on for like the, you know, check your lights, check your fluid, your tire's flat. I'm like, my tire's flat? Like, I feel like I would be able to tell. So I pull over, you know, I walk around the vehicle, and it's fine. Something on the electrical side of things is shorting out, so that's good. I was like, Jesus, I really don't want to lose my tire right now, and after all that spending. I spent an extra 800 USD on additional art assets this month because, well, I really want to push to get that done. I'm annoyed. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Not at you guys, but at myself. I definitely bit off more than I can chew in terms of series stuff, and I can feel it. Because, like, we haven't done the Kanara series still. The Sunken King thing's not done. The only thing that's finished is the Celeste piece, which is on the channel homepage, which thank God for that. And what's coming next is the Rhea battle piece. Watching the AI play this game is absolutely hurting my brain cells. But this is painful to watch. They're so retarded. But like I panicked a little bit because I was like, oh god, I really don't want the tire to be busted now. And I was like, yeah, let's take a little bit of a risk this month, you know? Everything's fine. It's just a weird electrical thing shorting out, so it's whatever. Not a big deal. Just means I gotta get a sensor checked. But it was one of those things. Just like, oh god, please not now. Like, it's not the worst thing ever. Even if it did happen, like I've got family, like that would help me out instead. Not like it would be bad. It just would be a headache, you know, a headache to deal with. The headache that nobody wants to deal with, right? Fuck no. Oh yeah, you were so special. Well, I've never seen blue little icons because it's very rare that the AI actually shows up for battles. One thing I wish they'd add to Total War is the ability to have allied armies, like, form like little crusade armies. As in, an allied army would latch onto your army and follow you around. That would be so cool. Like a coalition, basically, force. So you could actually play with the ally a bit more, rather than it being these super rare things that happen. Then again, to be fair, maybe being rare isn't the worst thing, because watching the AI play this game is like watching my organs fail. Like, it's pretty bad. That was something that happened. That's where I panicked. But yeah, we are pushing, right? So back on the topic of projects, and biting off more than you can chew. Which, to be fair, like, I'm a bit of a workaholic, so, it was gonna happen no matter how you slice it, really. So it's really just, you know, nature. Taking the course, so to speak. But I am happy to report that the Battletech series, thanks to that spending endeavor, has definitely jumped forward leaps and bounds. And with the assistance of a special YouTuber friend that I'm not going to say name of until they actually are ready to go official with, you know, joining the project for Battletech Reimagined, which is coming on very, very nicely. It'll be great. It'll be very great. But yeah, all I need is a couple more art assets, maybe a couple more, yeah. And then the cover art, a couple other things, and some music. And then I can contact the musician dude, and we can get ourselves that glorious, wonderful... Oh, that was quite the little bonky session they had there. And then we can basically move on to the other thing. But yeah, the Battletech lore... First lore test video is coming out soon. The Battletech lore stream is going to be a while. The Age of War series, I underestimated how many art assets I needed at minimum. So yeah, that's going to take a lot longer than originally anticipated. Because I completely neglected like a certain section where there's like several dozen characters that need to be done. And so like, fuck. So I have to do all those characters. It's whatever, but it's really annoying, you know, because it's like I totally spaced those characters when doing the initial bid for the project on that section for the Age of War series. Like, god damn it. I did the Age of War because it was smaller and it would be easier, and it still is. But there's several important characters that need to be done. Like the Soviet characters I didn't have to do. I did those as a special treat, as a bonus. Just like we did Thomas, we're doing Thomas Kearney and Takayoshi Fuchida, and we've done Dr. Atlas as well, and we're going to do the Camerons as well as the McKennas, including Conrad McKenna, because I've got some really cool stuff on mind for that. Reguline asks, why would you start a BT Reimagine when you could have continued to fund the game? Because I need to grow the channel as well. It's basically... It's an investment. I was pretty honest with it when talking to the team about it, because I wanted them to know why I was doing it too. So, with doing other YouTube series, we need to push the channel's growth rate, right? Because we're growing steadily, but let's say shit hits the fan with the contract renewal. Well, we're going to be in dire straits no matter what happens. Like, it simply is unavoidable if that does occur. So, that was the reasoning behind that. We need to grow the channel. The Battletech lore stream has saw massive channel growth from that, and massive, like, just general interest generation. By generating interest in the channel, and generating interest in the Battletech Reimagined, what will happen is you'll get a group of people that'll cross over. And it's actually, it's kind of nice, because part of me have always wanted to get back into doing Battletech lore, because I actually enjoyed doing that, it was fun, but I just didn't have time, or I didn't have a reason to justify doing it either. And now I can justify it because it's actually helping expand the channel, and we're gaining more supporters for the game's project as well. And so that's to more or less answer that question. So it was very much a tactical decision, a strategic decision, if you will, to do that, to grow the channel. Philodox says Mountain Blade Warband had that feature in regards to the army thing, if I remember right. You would think Total War could implement it. Oh, they easily could. As far as I'm aware, in terms of game design, anybody can implement anything from just working on our own indie game. It's just really a matter of just, you know, having the skilled team members to do it, and the time to do it. And they have to allocate time and a team member to actually do it, and then incorporate that into the game's design. Now, it would need some actual, like, thought process behind how it works, like how do you get the to do that, etc., etc. Would it just be a random army, or do you choose? Things of that nature. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Meet the Galaxy donates $20. Say, it's all worth it. Keep up the hard work. Thank you very much for the $20. Very appreciated, my dude. Thanks to you guys. It's actually thanks to you guys that we are as far along as we are. Like, without a doubt, we would not be nearly as far as we are. In fact, you guys opened my mind to the whole idea of being crowdsourced. Like, the project has managed to sustain itself more so. Like, Sala's working full-time. Robin's working full-time. Carlos is working full-time. Again, not necessarily full-time maximum hours, but they're all working full-time, as in regularly. Thanks to you guys, which is actually a huge breakthrough. Now, unfortunately, our programmers aren't able to do that because, well, I don't have the resources to do that yet. Because I'm already stretched to my absolute limit. But who knows? Maybe if the Battletech series is successful and our channel grows big enough and we can generate more revenue, who knows? Who knows what could happen? I don't want to get my hopes up, though, because that's a bit overly ambitious. But the more we can get more team members working around the clock on the project, the better. The faster the project speed of development will increase. Sooner we'll be to actually launching the damn thing. Or getting the playable prototype that I just really want. Honestly, a big thing for me, personally, and this might just be me, but if we could just get the playable prototype out so that people can try it and help test it, that will help so much. That will help so much. But the issue is, I have standards when it comes to that. Like, I'm not gonna release the prototype as is until I'm satisfied with the presentation of it. Because I even want the testers, when they get their fingers on it, to be enamored with the overall vision, so that they have a better understanding of what it is we're going for, right? Because I don't want them to play the game and go like, oh, you know, what the hell is this? Like, you know? Because it's a bit rough, but it's actually getting a lot better now that we have some of the animations implemented. And now that we actually are able to get the game to understand that roofs exist, there's a character who can go underneath building now. It's like, yay! I mean, don't ask me how that you see the character once it goes underneath the building. That's another thing that needs to be done next. But slowly, bit by bit, more and more aspects are implemented. The programmers are doing their best, though. It's important to never understate that. They're working hard. And they're working on their spare dime, too. That's why they get a cut of the revenue once it's out. Because it's only fair. They work so hard. And they don't even get paid like the artists do. Which definitely sucks. It makes me feel uncomfortable doing that. I would like to one day move them all to full-time. Who knows, maybe if the game's super successful, I can move them all to full-time. Oh my god, if I could just work on games for a living and do YouTube, that would be the dream. I have lamented about that for ages. But that is whatever. Nothing like player feedback. Oh god, testers would be so helpful. Not necessarily just for player feedback, but for bug finding and testing. Because we do our best every time a build is released to test it and try to find the bugs, right? But I know there's no way we're able to find them all. Like, there's in-house testing, there's just not enough of us. Like, we can't find them all, but we try our hardest. And so we're gonna do our best to smash and crush every single little fat piece of shit bug that we can before we get the prototype phase, when we actually get closed testing. Because the idea is we'll get closed testing, right? Bam. That'll be fantastic, because with closed testing, we'll be able to get some help there. Their army is fucking dropping like a rig. Closed testing will help because then we'll be able to get dedicated testers to help with the project, and then we can get feedback on certain quality of life elements and maybe see things
One
that
of your
we
units
didn't
has no
see.
more ammunition.
Problems that we may have overlooked. Because Lord knows, when you're working on a project, it's like the box thing that I talk about with fellow developers. Back before I had a bigger team, like we could get our own box too, where we're bounced, like the words and stuff we're saying, like our ideas are bouncing around in this box on our head. We can't really see what the outside perspective of those ideas are until we, get some proper feedback. Generally, I'm pretty confident in the project, which is good, but I do want feedback. I do want testers. I do want to see what the general consensus is on certain systems and mechanics, and how we can improve those systems. Because, make no mistake, I have without a doubt in my mind that those systems can be improved further. It's just how and in what direction is appropriate. That's the real question. What's the appropriate direction? There are a lot of dead people right there. That makes me happy. I got the camera mod and a few others, by the way, on. So the game's actually a little bit nicer to play. And the dynamic death animations to help it look less silly, which is helping a little bit. They don't all get flung when they get hit with the rock, but they still do. Like, there's more fall-over animations now. How many people of color do you have on your team? If 0, I'm calling this whole project racist. Just kidding, just kidding. People of color? Honestly, I don't really know. Like, I guess you could call... Like, if you want to be realistic, and the whole diversity thing, like, we have a woman, and we have, like, a Sala. Sala is Thai, so he's kind of, like, brown, I guess. I don't know. That's funny. I should tell Sal about that. That's retarded. Sal, you're kind of brown, I guess. I'm like, yeah.
Victory.
Like, I don't know. Nobody knows. Ba-da-ba-ba. But yeah, no. When it comes to diversity, I remember we had several team members who were white, by the way. But they're all a bit on the crazy spectrum. We generally don't hire crazy people because just had a bad history of dealing with loonies. It doesn't really, like, the thing is, as long as their skill level matches what you need them to do, like, that's all that matters. But the issue we've actually run into is actually nothing in regards to do with that. It's actually surprising. It may surprise some of you. I can't find people skilled enough, like, to do what we need them to do. Like, the biggest issue I think we run into more times than not when looking for, especially specifically the issue of animators. I can't find animators with skill to match Banana Man Robin's skill. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, I can't find anybody. Like, everybody, no offense, but their skill level is so underdeveloped for what the minimum would be to work with us at Battle Damage Studios. Like, it's almost painful. And then on top of that, they're overpriced. Like, they're outright, like, they don't know how to charge, or they overcharge to such a laughable degree. It's like, Robin's got to go back over and fix all the, like, mistakes they do anyways, so it's like, what the hell's the point of hiring these people? They can't even do it. Oh, it's the worst part ever. And so the biggest problem, one of the biggest problems in terms of art, in my mind, that we've been faced with, is Banana Man is alone doing all the animation stuff, all the sprite work. Like, that's just gonna make the development time take longer, and that sucks. But sadly, skill level matters, because if I have to have Banana Man go back over and animate another animator's work who's assisting with animations, like, all that simply does is just, now he's got to go and fix it and redo it anyways. So it's like, I paid more money for nothing to get done, and now we're not better off. We're at the same point we are, except we're almost worse, because now I have to spend time going back over fixing issues. So it's like, there's nobody around anymore. And I actually, like, I see that now. In terms of proper sprite work, animators, like, they're gone. They've moved on, or they have jobs now. Like, they're all gone. And the new generation just aren't up to par yet. They aren't up to par. And so we're stuck in a rock and a hard place in the animation front. Because, well, I am having him work full-time now, and I'm paying him as much as I can. He still has to do all that heavy lifting by himself. And it's like, we need to find, at some point, additional help for the animation and sprite working. We need to find somebody who's actually good. Banana Man is a god. Banana Man is a actual, like, prodigy boy. Like, Banana Man may not admit this, or maybe he does. Who knows? But his skill level is so far superior to most sprite workers in general. Like, there's a few that I've seen that are actually up to par, or maybe even better than, but like, not that many. He is way up there on the food chain as far as like animators go. You want, like, no, I don't want to give you anything. Go away. He's like, "Arr." Banana Man, boop 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 boop. But our sprite work is incredible. We also lucked out too, like when we found our lead character artists, because we were in a rock and a hard place because we couldn't find artists that understood how to, like, they either lacked skill of working for somebody and doing commission work, but were talented, or they simply didn't have the skill. We lucked out with Salah because Salah actually had the skill and was in a position which he wanted to work with us. It also kind of helped in a sad and regrettable way that his boss is a piece of shit to him, so it wasn't very hard for him to choose to work for us instead. They don't really have rights over in Thailand. Very much a shithole compared to the West, which is a tragedy in of itself.
I love a challenge.
Do you love challenges? Yes, I really do. I've got like this random chunk of land and I don't know what to do now. Royal Decrees. Royal Recruits. I don't know what I want. Let's see. Minus 8% to all small light infantry. Speed, recruitment. Actions, agents. It's worse that you're in the US trying to find someone who, Alan Zakif says, it's worse that you're in the US trying to find someone who can do video game development that isn't completely crazy is tough. Many game companies go to shit for hiring these crazies. Maybe. Generally, we gatekeep the team members that we hire because, like I said, like I've seen firsthand what happens when you hire people that want to subvert a project, because that happened. Like we survived that, and so it's one of those things where it's like, okay, like when you have people with different visions of the project, it's important for them to understand that, well, they're not the lead, and so really, if you don't have the creative direction. And you're not the director of the project, you kind of have to respect the actual director, regardless of whether you disagree with them or not. Because in Battle Damage Studios, everybody is allowed to voice their opinion. And we let everybody chip into the development of things. Like, the artists have played a role in shaping some of the things. Like, for example, Ria's design was one of the first things that is proof to that. Is very much a lot of her interpretations, or the interpretations of Salah specifically, affected how the character looked more so than I had thought before. Before, she was actually a lot more clothed than she was then. But I ended up going like, yeah, you know what? That's a lot better. It's like, yeah, sure, she's a lot more naked, but whatever. Like, it looks good. She looks cute. She looks sexy, and she looks kind of powerful. That's kind of nice. And there's actually an in-lore reason for why the artist chose that. Because I gave them the lower stuff behind the character, and he was like, yeah, so here's, like, because based on how the heat thing works, like, this is why I did that, and that, and that, and that. It's like, okay. Like, I like how they actually interpret my ideas, and they're like, they actually listen to the actual lore. They're invested. I am. That's one of the things that's great about a small team, is everyone's extremely, on this team, fortunately, passionate. All of them are invested into the idea and the vision of the game. We're all contributing to every aspect and component. The latest release of the new music track was proof of that too. Not that I can show you that. Proof to be specific. But, yeah, so we all basically chipped into that. Like, generally I would because I'm the director, but the art team was like, yeah, no, it's like, hey, take a look at this. I'm like, okay. I'm like, wow, that sounds really good. But they're like, maybe tune that down. I'm not gonna say specifics because it's gonna be a surprise. But it's Ria's soundtrack, or specifically that character's theme. Pairs of Troy's at Warping. What a cruel, cruel world. Eh. Is he hostile towards me? He is. We could just murder him. Might be easier to murder him, though. He's on the coast. Yes. Wow. Is Banana Man the guy who made the Bickering Bunch intro? Yes. Specifically this intro here and the outro was done by Banana Man. This is done by the animator of our game. He is our lead animator and our only animator. Technically, Salah can animate as well, but it's a very different style of animation compared to this. But he's actually really fucking good. 10 out of 10. Would be really good again. Yeah, I'm thinking we'll attack this little light blue dude here. Or maybe we'll attack him and just head north. I don't know. Am I at war with you? You really hate me, but it's improving my reputation, I guess. Then again, I kind of am annoyed that this little colony over here is like just cut off. Let's see, where's that connected to? It's connected to this province, which that's connected to. So realistically, provincially speaking, because I hate how the provincial system works, if you want to be efficient about this, we'll want to attack up here. But we'll have to wait a couple turns before we can do that. Right now, we should just weather the shitstorm of little tiny fucking armies that are descending upon us. I'm waiting for the Rule 34. There's like a couple pieces if I remember right, but I don't remember where they would be. If we get more fan art, and let's say we explode more, I'll make a dedicated fan art posting channel for the game in specific, including a safe for work and an NSFW one, just so we can differentiate between the two. There will be some minor rules, of course. Basic rules. Discord friendly rules, I shall be specific in that regard. So as to not be beaten by the Discord administration team. You're generally shocked that one man can do that? You'd be surprised what our team has managed to accomplish, all of us together. You would actually be you'd be flabbergasted. Honestly, most people would be if I could actually just show them, but that's the thing, I can't. And I know that. It's one of those things that you have to fight with. Like, if I could just show people the lore and the story, I think they would actually be blown away by it. Like how intricate it is, how detailed it is, how expansive it is, over the littlest things. But at the same time, it's still lacking so much, it hurts me. And on top of that as well, like, I just think that that's not the right way to do it. To just tell people the thing, like, and that would be cheating. Like, it would be far more optimal for them to experience it in a way it was meant to be consumed. So I need to restrain myself and remind myself that that is the most important way to experience a story or a narrative. They can't know the truths. The truths are what make it make it almost like mythical or secretive. If you explain those certain truths, you ruin part of the fun for people. The mystery aspect, the discovery. For those who can uncover the truth, great for them. For those who can't, well, they can speculate over it. And honestly, that's more exciting than knowing the truth for me, even though I already know the truth, which partially is a curse in itself, but it is what it is, you know. Sometimes you just know things because, you know, you made it. That's kind of how that works, I know, but still. It is what it is, as they say. For the Achaean. How many people are you at war with? So many little armies. The Trojans are coming over. Honestly, Troy is invading me, which is funny. But they're not just invading me, also my allies, Mycenae, and the other people, basically, and the Achaeans. The Trojans aren't happy. But I've got that one expeditionary force over there that I'm going to start pushing into the Asia Minor region. What's the name of the game? Our game is called... The project was called Mixer's Project, or MC for M Chronicle, but it was changed later to Legends of Terrestria. It's still called Mixer's Legend of Terrestria because the project name was always Mixer since, like, elementary. It's a very old name. We've kept it only for the sake of just the spirit of it, but beyond that, it doesn't really... Like, it has meaning because I actually attributed a key lore aspect behind that word, but the word itself just feels weird still. And honestly, the only reason why it's still even in use right now is because of legacy. It is a legacy word.
Onward!
Ever planning on streaming Mountain Blade? We streamed it a little bit, but honestly, it just gets really boring. It's just not enough stuff there. Not enough quest lines. The quests get repetitive, the missions get repetitive, and I kind of end up getting bored. Also, the tactical mode needs some serious overhauling. A lot. Appreciate it, Meet the Galaxy. We have a lot of work to do, and I've not even remotely begun. So it's gonna be a long road ahead. We've barely even scratched the surface. But we need to continue to push ourselves beyond our limitations because we have so much work to do. I'm fucking tired. We'll get there. As soon as that gosh darn Battletech thing is done. The Battletech series also offers another beautiful thing. The ability to test ideas for the project on a different project. So that way I can see whether or not those ideas were received well or performed well. I think we're outnumbered here. Just a pinch. It's fine to be critical. The thing about being critical of things and also receiving criticism is understanding good criticism and understanding bad criticism. That was one of the most difficult things for me. And honestly something I'm still working on too myself. Understanding when you get criticism that not all of it's actually good because they don't really understand what it is you're going for, but understanding what the criticism is and what is good about it. How are they conceiving or not conceiving, perceiving your work? Is it being perceived in the way you intend it to be? If the answer is no, it's not being perceived that way, and the criticism reflects that, that means that that's probably good criticism. If the criticism is basically trying to subvert the work, then into making it into something that's clearly not the same thing, then you need to definitely perceive that as bad criticism. Because there is such a thing as bad criticism. And I learned that the hard way. It was like, what? I don't understand. Like you can't placate everyone. And secondly, it's not about placation. It should always be about understanding what it is you want it to be. The creator first. Now that mentality changes, by the way. With the first game, we have the ability and luxury to be like, our vision precedes all, or now. The issue is, and the thing that's important to remember, once Legends of Terrestrial is released, once it's out, once it's, you know, got a fan base and stuff like that, it is no longer just ours anymore. It is no longer just one thing. It doesn't mean that they have, you know, creative power or anything like that, but it does mean that you now need to respect the previous work. And so while having a foundation makes it easier to work with, it also makes it difficult and offers different challenges, as you know with many sequels. For one instance, the Matrix series is an interesting one to talk about, because the sequels don't understand anything about what Matrix is. Matrix, the first one, is the only movie that's actually good in the entire trilogy. Like, actually understands what it is trying to do with the whole, you know, resisting the machine, resisting, you know, sort of the sub-counterculture elements going on there. The other ones don't add anything to that.
Have been routed.
And the issue with Matrix is it's highly sort of, like, kind of philosophical or pseudo-philosophical. And so there is the grand overall arching story between the war and humanity doesn't really actually matter more beyond the actual thing that it needs to convey. And so it's actually pointless to go into the actual resolution of that conflict, because it actually just, it doesn't add anything. It's always important. Not everything needs to be a franchise. That's another important thing to understand. Not everything needs to be a franchise. Now, the Mixer's IP is designed to be a franchise. Now, why is it designed to do that? Well, simply, I want to be able to tell lots of stories with a pre-established world and universe rule set to use. I also want, with the goal of this creation, I want people to eventually one day contribute to that world. I want it to become bigger than just mine. One day I want it to be so big that it's almost impossible for me to really tell what's all kind of going on, but at the same time, I'll have total control over canon, so that's all that matters. That way we can make sure there's no subversive aspects or elements that sort of seep in. That's the entire purpose of the lower council idea. The writing team. Is it the what if question, really? What if we do get big, you know? Then what? And essentially from there, we were able to go like, okay, like how do we determine what's canon and what isn't? Well, we simply have a council that determines the canon of the universe. Like the Council of Nicaea. The cringy little turkey thing. Basically the same aspect. You gotta determine the canon of what's true and what's false. Also, you should probably run, if you can. Because they're catching up to you. None of these people are the name people in chat because it's just a regular garrison. Lame. So weird. Units kind of just sort of scatter because of how this combat works, and it gets very messy. You are like moving at the pace of a snail, and it's actually hurting me. For being allegedly slingers, you're so slow, it hurts. It absolutely hurts. The council has spoken. Yeah, basically. Matrix 2 and 3 weren't bad. They weren't good, but they weren't bad. I understand what you mean by that. I enjoy the Matrix trilogy, but I recognize that 2 and 3 aren't good in the same way that 1 was good. It's kind of like understanding Aliens, or Alien. Alien is fantastic for what it is. It is a phenomenal horror science fiction movie. But the issue is Aliens isn't. It doesn't really achieve the same things that Alien does, and it actually kind of works to undermine the core themes and aspects of it. But how I sort of view that is like, I enjoy Alien for being alien, and I enjoy Aliens for being aliens. I don't necessarily think of them as one and the same, rather as two separate distinct entities that are different from one another. Oh my god, I'm starting to commit seppuku. Ah, Kibs' favorite Total War game. Shut up, a fear. He's like, I can see now, Kibs will charge us $6 a month for law videos and rule books. No. No. The ideal situation for me monetarily would be to be able to sustain myself off of both YouTube and our game's development to such a degree that I could actually fund the development. The preferable outcome, if you will. If I could just dedicate more time to working on the game, that'd be phenomenal. But I can't afford to do that. I need to work at my full-time job in order to generate more revenue so that I can help with the game's development. Yes, it does suck, though. Because it's basically like, okay, there's several thousand things I want to do, but there's only... It's all about understanding when you can work on that thing. Like, I need to work on the Battletech reimagined stuff. I need to work on the Kanar series and the Sunken King stuff. But it's all about understanding which thing to prioritize first. My frontal lobe is hurting from just recanting these brains that exercise things. The mental exertion is actually quite intensive, honestly, when you think about the amount of stuff you do. It's quite exhaustive. It can be. And that's something, if you ever work on your own project, that you also need to know. Especially if you're working on multiple projects. You need to understand what time it is to do what. Juggling 3 projects at the same time, or 4, is difficult. Very difficult. But you learn. You learn when to work on what and when something comes up. So it's like, Carlos spams out another Battletech thing. It's like, okay, Battletech Reimagined. Next project for you. Next thing you need to do. Then I get a thing from Indio about the Kanar series. Like, okay, awesome. All right, here's the next character you need to do for that Kanar series. Then I get a thing from Sal about an update for the music piece. Like, awesome, that looks pretty good. Send it to Robert. Robert, what do you think? Robert's like, oh, that's pretty good. And he's like, make the music sort of match that sort of flow of the piece. Bam, perfect. Communicate direct there. Then I get something from Carlos about the Battletech logo. I go back and check out that again. You keep cycling and moving, and you keep cycling and moving and moving and moving. You don't stop. Because if you do stop, you hold up everyone else. You don't have time to slow down. That's why I always find it kind of funny when people are like, Kib, you need to slow down. Like, you can't. If I slow down, other people are depending on me. You have to be able to do your part, or you will sabotage everyone else. And you can't do that. People are depending on you to do your task. So, like, while all that's going on, Tibbs is like, hey, can I get, you know, the design specs for how the magic combat system works and the deployment phase stuff? All right, then I need to go, now I need to force time into that. And if I don't have time to do that in my schedule, you need to make time to do that. That means no sleep for a couple of days. That's fine. As long as you understand that you will need to recover from those days. That's the most important part. It's okay to push yourself past your limits a little bit, but you need to understand how to do it. And that's always the tricky part. You need to be like, okay, I need to take it easy after that a little bit. See you later, harmless rats. Bye-bye. And so if you're working on your own project, you know, you need to relax a little bit. You need to take it slow. Sleep, you know, recuperate. Do some things you like to relax. And it takes the time you need once you've caught up a little bit. It's all about pacing yourself correctly. And once you understand how to do that flow, it's not so bad. The only time things get shitty for me personally is reports. At the beginning and end of each month is a nightmare. Because it doesn't matter if I need a little bit of a break. There is no break. The reports get done come hell or high water. That means sleepless nights. That's fine. As long as they're done and they're done right and effectively. That is all that matters. Goodbye, Merle. Have a good sleep. See what happens when you have so much sugar and caffeine? See, sugar intake and caffeine are an excellent thing to just make energy. Wow. I don't want it. Rimorn asks, is subscription to your Subscribestar or something required to help with closed tests or testing in general? No, it isn't necessarily required. So The testing for the game will actually be moving to open testing at some point. It's not even in closed testing right now, just so you're aware. But how it's going to kind of work and how we discussed it with the team, and that I thought was a nice manner for both ways, is for a while we're going to have it so that the closed testing section is going to be the first thing we enter. So once I'm satisfied, and the team as well is also satisfied with the overall presentation of the prototype combat build, we're then going to enter closed testing. How this basically works is anybody who's ever donated who has access to the Chamber Squeakers will be given a download link to the actual prototype build for the combat systems. Then they can play and test it, and we can actually start getting feedback there. Now, we have to set up the logistical apparatus that we'll need to get proper feedback sorted and bug reporting. That is going to be handled by Tyler, because Tyler needs to set that up, because the programming team needs to understand how that works. Or not understand how that works, but they need to deal with that, because that's how they get it back. Then we'll set up a separate apparatus for suggestions and feedback about UI elements, aspects of that, and then we'll basically judge whether or not any of those suggestions are worthwhile, or if it's, good to actually put them in or not. It really depends on what it is. If it fits the vision. If it actually benefits the game overall, that'd be grand. That's the closed testing section. It doesn't really change when we move to open testing. Closed testing is purely because we want to give back to the people that donated, but also hammer out the big underlining issues. Because closed testing is going to be rough, no matter what. That's how it's going to be. So once the closed testing is done, we'll then transition into open testing. Once we get all the major bugs and kinks hammered out, that once again, we do a check back, like, okay, how are we feeling about this build? I'm like, okay, we're pretty satisfied. Okay, let's move on to the public testing. And then we can handle even more tests and get more bug feedback and reports and stuff like that. And then we'll see if there's any other issues that we're underlining that were missed. Request relics. Reject offer. I don't want to read. The Lycians would see peace and goodwill flourish between your peoples. Lord Sarpedon wishes to offer you a gift of precious resources as a token of his friendship. He promises more will soon be forthcoming, should you maintain favorable trade relations with Lycia. Iron. Titties. They're being mean to me. So the earthquakes fuck with their walls. Get you. Do we have super chats? Meet the Galaxy. Through money. I don't think so. Ninja Pancakes needs to be added. Pancake time. Also, it does take me time to read, but sometimes I'll just genuinely miss something. So it's okay to repeat or repaste it. How do you become a beta tester? We don't... Whoa. Beta testing. Slow down there, partner. You're getting way ahead of yourself. You're like, why? We're nowhere near beta.
I'll win or die trying.
Ajax the Great.
Ninja Pancakes. Well, there, now you can go die for me. Wow. Oh, I guess Prophet of a Shooter here. Some new peeps.
Ajax the Great.
Zenric D. Hart. Slow down there, Buckaroo. Cringe. He's answering everything but questions about tests. What specific questions about tests? Tests in regard to, like, the testing itself? Let's see. Anditive. Rias. There we go. I think that's everyone. What did he say previously? A subscription with subscribe star help get closed testing. Yeah, I did answer it. Well, partially. I got a little bit sidetracked. But yes, the closed testing, yes. But if you want to test the game when it's, you know, whatever, there's no harm in actually just waiting. The closed testing is going to be rougher, is basically what I was alluding to in that spiel. The public testing will be a lot better because it'll be much more polished. So if you want to wait and you're not sure, and honestly you don't want to spend money, which I don't blame you, just simply wait. Simply wait for the public testing, and you can just participate freely. You don't have to pay to enter that. It's completely free. That's just a victory, though. Oh, I think the game died. Steam went offline. But not my internet, right? Okay, yeah, I'm still streaming. Thanks, Steam.
Let them go.
Weird.
Even more unstoppable.
Kim Wagner says, "Oh, I missed waging the aliens co-op." It happens. It happens.
Victory feels good.
How's the game now that you've had more time with it? Still of the same opinion, or has it changed? I mean, nothing has really changed about the game. Like, the flaws I talked about in the previous streams about this game are still present, to my knowledge. There was a hotfix, but I don't think that a hotfix fixed the fundamental core underlying features, like no naval battles or forest fires, but whatever. You know, it is what it is. Like, honestly, $20 maybe would be a decent deal for what this is. But, like, it's not enough to stand on its own 2 feet. Like, it's actually remarkably small. Like, okay, there's the Trojans, and there's the Achaeans, and there's the Amazonians, and it's like, there's not enough cultures and flavors and variety here. Like, give me Cyprus over there with the Egyptians, you know? Give me, you know, the Proto-Italians over there. Give me the Illyrians up here. Christ, the Illyrians aren't even here. I don't think you can even go up there. You can get close. But that's all you can do. You can get close, cheat. Kibs, when you become a giant company, I would like to be the HR guy doing nothing but leeching off money. Yeah, the dream. Honestly, when it comes to beginning larger, I talked with the team about this, and we kind of came to the consensus that beyond just having more money and resources to work full-time, I don't really want to expand the team that much, if at all. Like, hiring additional team members would indeed increase the expediency of production, but I don't want to have the team bigger, honestly. Like, we'll probably expand the team a little, but I want to keep it kind of downscale in size. Even if we did, like, this is hypothetical, if we were a success, you know, whatever.
Fighting fit.
And the core factors for that is, number one, it's harder to deal with subversive elements. It's easier to deal with them if any such instances occurs. Secondly, I want the team to be smaller so that everyone can be on the same page in terms of vision. The bigger the team is, the larger the project is, the more messy it gets. For example, one person who worked on the there's a little helmet underwater, cute. On the the Skyrim game. Like, one of the people that did the pots and pans, the 3D modelers, when asked, so what did you work on? Like, what did you think of the game that you worked on? It's like, I have no idea what the game's about. I just made the pots and pans. It's like, okay, like, that I do not want. I do not want that. Like, I like the team we have. I like how everyone is invested, that Sal is invested, that Carlos is invested. Does that come with issues? Yes, it does. Sometimes when people get invested in something, they're like, well, I think it should be like that because of this and that. And it's like, well, like, at the end of the day, as the director, you kind of have to be the one that puts your foot down when it comes to certain hard issues if there are blockages. Like, a long time ago, one of the famous instances of this in our team was the 2D versus 3D when it came to the levels to go 2D or 3D. And we ended up actually choosing 2D because 3D, number one, there's a multitude of factors. The biggest factor was we need to increase development time even more. Unacceptable. To an unacceptable rate. We're already hemorrhaging development time because we're working off spare time. I can't afford to even extend that further than it already is. Like, it's already taking longer than I would like it to be. So that's not bargainable. The second big factor was artistic direction. The art direction for the game needs to coincide with the overall vision. by going 3D, 2.5D, sort of aesthetically, honestly, looks like shit. Like, that new game that's coming out that's inspired by Heroes of Might and Magic uses high-res effects and stuff like that next to sprite work, and it looks like shit. Now, one thing that we're balancing out is we have our UI set into Salah's paint style, because we have a mixture of two different artists and their styles blending together. Cash Robin's sort of sprite worky animation stuff, and pixel art with Salah's character art and overall art. The composition is supported and helped by, you know, Carlos, and Indio helps with character design, but generally I want those two artists to remain the primary focal points of where the art comes out. The reason why I have Carlos help is because it helps make sure that you don't have the Shimmering Sword problem with Battletech. Where Shimmering Sword, great artist, fantastic at what he does, everything looks the same. Everything looks the same after a while. Like, it lacks variety of life and soul. It becomes to almost feel corporate, even though he's a talented artist and he's pouring his heart and soul into it. It still feels very hollow at the end of the day. By using other artists to support Salah, like Carlos with character design and Indio, what happens is we have a much more broader vision. What happens is the world becomes to be filled with much more, like, different directions. Like, the Galileans have a very different aesthetic. The Astrians have a different aesthetic, because the artists pour into their that mixture, that soul starts to really explode and the bloom really there. I don't know how else to describe it. And so that's the important part. Mixing it up a little bit. Being a little bit diverse when it comes to the art thing. Diverse is a good word, but it often gets raped in modern day and used for horrible things. I'm not going to go further into that, but you know what I mean. Go away, leave me alone, you little bastards. Can't wait to buy it for a friend of mine. The art works, lol, so cool. Looks so cool. And we poured our heart and soul into the art direction. Like, I am the art director as well as the game's designer and director and writer. Thank God I'm not any more things than that, because if I was, I would absolutely go insane. Fortunately, we have like a lead artist or lead animator and a lead programmer to actually handle the other things. And we have people who support me on those things, because there's no way I could actually do all the design myself or the writing. That's why we have a support team. Somebody asked how many people are involved on the project. Let me pull it up. I'll need to minimize to go look. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of us on the writing team. That includes Fairman, Hands, Bubbles, and me. Then we have 1, 2 programmers. We technically have one more, but he does the animations as well. So that's 7, 2 programmers. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So about 10-ish members. We have some support staff as well. Technically 11. 11, 12-ish, but like sometimes, including the musician, that's about 13. Keep forgetting. You know what, let me, instead of just breaking them into different brackets, we'll count them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sort of 12. Because that person sometimes does stuff with us, but it's sort of supporting. Pretty big for an indie team, honestly. Team has been acting up today. Yes, it has. Gummy Bear 21 donates £10 to say some cocaine money. Sorry, mean coke. We all know it's just caffeine. Need to keep going. Makes me sad watching this just after just finishing a 1212 AD campaign where I took over the world as Jews with Austria. Interesting. But hey, the more you know. Appreciate the donation, though. It makes a huge difference. A very big difference. Speaking of project-related things, I guess you guys can see this if you haven't already. On the Discord server, we post new stuff all the time. This is the Battletech Reimagined logo. It's finally done. The cover art is next. And, yeah, we're slowly getting there with that side project. Carlos did a really good job. I wanted it to have soul. I wanted it to have color. I wanted it to have feeling behind it and represent the universe a little bit. You can sort of feel that scratchy, metally, sort of worn feel that Battletech gives, which is very nice. Very nice. Very soulful, if you will. But what is it you guys are making? The game? The game we're developing is a game called Legends of Terrestria. It is a tactical turn-based role-playing game that I'm currently trying to grab art for to pull up for references, because why not? You guys love looking at the art, so that's good. And I love sharing it because I'm proud of our art team. I don't mind pulling it up. My tummy. So here's some character concepts. There's Aranos Tarius, and then there's Owaland. Oof, right in the tum-tum. Did I miss anything? No. Gosh darn it. I clicked on a different tab, which means that the art pops up over there instead. And that's mildly agitating. Okay. Let's see if I can pull up some visuals from the game, though. Right, that's sort of like... Here's, you can see, as one of the first test zones of the game. I'll chill it on this channel when it is ready. I mean, I'll ask him to, as a friend, because, as an indie developer, like, and as somebody who's anti-PC and just wants to make games without any sort of forced political narrative, and have it just be a game that's fun, and have nothing to do with contemporary politics, and probably gonna end up being ostracized like I already have been, but, once before. But, yeah, so probably we're definitely the outsiders. We're definitely not on the inside, so to speak. So we're fighting an uphill battle in that regard, but that's fine. I do enjoy a challenge. A little extra stress never hurt nobody, right, chat? Right? Right? I don't care about Kib. Good fuck up, Kib. Cheat. Start screaming, squealing even. This is old. There's a lot more characters and some of them are improved. Specifically, in regard to Tiano, he is done, so he's not unfinished. But here you can see some of the sprite work of the characters. Gaia, Celeste, Syra, Chrondrius, Lenadris, Rhea, Redacted, Nesra, Nidus, Selenar, Varus, Waylon, Redacted, and Tiano. Why did I say Redacted? Because these guys all here aren't actually... They're not named characters, they're actually just different enemy types. They're part of the Nephir Horde, or the Nephiric Horde. We have 4 shaman types, and then we have a basic spearman. Because they believe in the great spirits, the 2 spirits of man and a woman. And taming the different elements, or the different nature spirits. Or fuck, oh my god, I fucked up their own... Oh my god, I fucked up talking about their own fucking mythos. It's been so long since I've had to touch the Nephiric, like, shamanism, that I've completely forgotten, like, what order it goes. I've been so focused on the celestial, like, pantheon. It's been so busy work there. But they have a really cool faith, too, and their magic works differently than the Astrians. That's why they have different shaman types, and their shamans are actually gender-specific. Wait a minute. We're missing one, actually. There's 4 types, but one of the types is an elder shaman there, which is a hybrid between both earth and fire. We're missing the wind one. She was done at a different time. Where is she? She couldn't have been too long ago, honestly. Ah, there she is. A wind shaman. Wow. A poor person. A chonky person. I'm sorry, I'm enjoying this too much. Oh my god. As you can see, we've got lots of dudes done. Lots of dudes. It's amazing. It blows my mind how much stuff we have done, and we can't even, like, show you the game yet. It hurts me. It hurts me, actually. The Prophet of Ashut donates $5. Thank you very much. He says, hey, Kibs, if there are guards in the game, I'd love to record voice lines for the random background stormtroopers. I wouldn't be opposed to having additional voice work done if by volunteers, but for now, voice work is actually on the not a concern right now. That is not a problem that I want to work on right now or worry about right now. Not even sound effects. Like the prototype's not gonna have sound effects. It's not gonna have voice work because right now, like my mental capacity is at its limit. Like if I go any further, I'm gonna have a meltdown in terms of managing different team sections. I don't have enough people to delegate to. I've delegated as much as I can, and thank God. I would already be insane if I not. But we need more resources, a lot more. And I'm not talking like $100. I'm not talking about like 1,000. Like we're talking like a lot of money for the voice work. But that I don't want to worry about it right now. I have intentions to address the voice problem, and I do want to deal with it. But like fuck me, I don't want to think about it right now. You know, like oh it's. But now you made me think about it. Oh no. The thing is, it's super important because like if I don't have voice work in this game, most people aren't going to bother reading the text because the game's got a lot of story and lore, and I don't blame them. Why would you want to just read walls of text? Even if I do as much artwork behind those walls of text as possible. Like, I plan to have, like, behind lore segments, like, there'll be art pieces accompanying them to give it more atmospherics and help, you know, show you, not just necessarily tell. Like, if you pick up a book and read about, like, the Sunken King of Luminar, I want, like, art to accompany it. Maybe even a song would be ideal if I could afford it. But the issue is, resources. Resources. Not worrying about it right now, but it's one of the things is like, we'll deal with it. It's if anything, like I talked to the team, like if we're gonna do voice work and stuff, like we're gonna have to push into what's the word? Like Kickstarter or some other crowdsourcing method. But if we did that, I want the game to be done. So that's the last thing. So that the Kickstarter goal would be as small as possible. I don't even know where I'm going to get the money for that. I don't want to think. But it's on the list of things that need to be done. That needs to be done. Because most people, after talking to them, like, they've said, a lot of people, and they were honest. I appreciate the honesty more than anything. They told me straight up, like, no, I'm, like, sorry, Kibs, but I don't really want to just read the text. Like, I really would like characters instead. And yes, I understand that. In fact, I agree. It would be way better to have voice-acted lines than just walls of text. To hear Ria's voice rather than just a string of text. Like, they're right. They're absolutely right. And I agree full-heartedly. It needs voice work. And it needs good voice work. We can't just do, like, low quality. Like, there needs to be quality controls. I've put so much work and effort into quality controlling the art, the music, and everything else. Like, to drop the ball on the voice work would be to undermine the greater whole of the project. So we have to be cautious. But basically, you kickstart for marketing reasons. Not necessarily. Actually, that's not what I even said. Kickstart for originally to handle the voice work. Now, you're not wrong about marketing, though, at all. Because the thing is, after talking with a friend of mine named Bobby Q, who's also a developer who works on hentai games, and actually several hentai games, the lewd bastard, he's been teasing me to make a hentai game instead. Bullshit. I get it. They make more money, but like this is my dream. But the thing is, right, putting that aside, like you have to just I don't even know. Like, it's one of those things you just learn as you go, you know? It's so hard to describe. You want the story to be done, it's a nightmare to re-record lines afterwards. Yes, I want to write the story beforehand. How we're doing the dialogue internally, how we plan to do it, we stopped working on dialogue because there's no point to do it right now until the dialogue mechanics are implemented. Because how the dialogue functions mechanically in the game will very much affect how it's written. Especially considering how it's going to be presented. The Sunken King Luminar video and the Battletech Age of War series video that are both going to be edited and voice acted are going to be tests for how it's going to be done in game. Does that make sense? Like, I'm testing it before the game's released by doing those side projects. That's actually one of the reasons why I'm doing those promotional side projects as well. Not only promote the game, but also do that as well. But yeah, in regards to the promotion thing of barbecue, before I get too sidetracked, like, he said that I should dip my toes in as many markets as possible. And it's actually fantastic advice. Yes, do a Kickstarter, even if you don't necessarily need one. Why? Because it just gets your name out there more. We don't have the benefit of being on the inside. We're on the outside. We're fighting an uphill battle against insurmountable odds when it comes to the promotion. Nobody wants to promote us. Nobody. That outside of like our friends, like friend YouTubers and like that. Like, why would they? Like, who cares? Like, they don't care about us. And even if they do, they'll be like, well, you didn't do, like, you didn't put like the enforced diversity thing, ignoring the fact that the Astrians and the Neferic people are different. Who knows if those people would even pay attention to know the different ethnic groups, or the fact that Northern and Southern Astrians are different groups, or the fact that the Seaborn aren't related to the Southern Astrians, which are these people over here, they're not even remotely the same, or the fact that Wayland's a fucking Neferian, or not Neferian, whoops, wrong race, Navarian, just like Varus, god damn it. Like right here we have how many different groups? We have Redacted, we have Southern Astrian, Seaborn, we have Southern Astrian, Seaborn, Novarian, Neferic, Southern Astrian. Oh, we're all stuck in that one region, though. In that sort of area. We'll get out of there. Technically, we have Aranos as well. He's Northern Astrian, and we have a few other characters who are Lanian, but they're done yet. You know, we don't... Besides one of the characters... She's selling carrots. Nice. Oh, I guess we have a Bunawa, which I guess if you want to go by ancestry, they were Luminarian before the abnormalities took over, and now they're monster thingies. There's the test map, looking smexy, isn't it? Yes, it is. There's Rhea looking smexy. She's probably gonna die from an arrow bolt, if I had to guess. There's Celeste, Redacted. There's Waylon. Look at that lad. Look at that Chad lad. Got a pokey stick. The gun needs to be readdressed. It looks kind of like a flintlock. It's not supposed to. It's actually a match-based ignition, but it's on the list of things. It's not urgent right now. It will be done. Thy will be done. I think I've lamented enough to give you kind of an idea about the game. I hope that helps. Let us see. Gummy Bear donates a very generous £5, say, Kibs, idea for Kickstarter stretch goal, hentai minigame for supports. Sure, we'll reach that goal. Oh my god. I would almost do a sanctioned hentai fucking game. That'd be terrible. No! No. I mean, if it made the money, you know, you gotta make ends meet, but still. Oh, it's terrible, chat. How could you, chat? How could you? Low-key kind of want to for the meme to say I did that. High-key kind of want to focus on more, in my opinion, more important things than that. Would be funny to say that I did that, though. And thank you for the donation. Andrew Jackson donates very generous $8, say, I will do any cheesy one-liners for free. And by free, I mean breeding Kibs time. No. I do appreciate the support and suggestions. Might actually take you guys up on the free voice help, but there will be caveats that will need to be added to that. But that would be far down the line, and I wouldn't worry about that right now, because Kibs is more worried about getting the game into a state in which I can show it to you guys and be proud of it. So you'd be like, wow, Kib, it's amazing, rather than, Kib, how come it looks like it barely anything? It's like, well, mechanically speaking, guys, like, there's a lot going on there, but, like, I know it looks like a potato. How come these UI elements are stretched? It's because they're actually different elements. We made one test element, and we just stretched it at different sizes, just as a placeholder. It's kind of great. Look at this map. It lags. Why does it lag? Ugh. Of course, we'll have a fishery minigame. Did Steam servers go down? Yeah, it looks that way. There's Disco. Disco comes in to say, beep. Disco may be a whammon, but we'll forgive her. Chick, what the fuck, Kib? She may be a whammon, but she's our whammon. Isn't that right, champ? Like, very possessive. Look at these rocks. They're very straight. I'll say that much. In-game Easter egg, says Gummy Bear 21 for £2. Picture of Kib's cheeks. You know what's funny? In the original build, I don't know if it's still there, before Disco was on the team, there was actually a picture of me with a basket on my head, wielding a wooden staff I got from the Renaissance Festival. Angrily, like, looking like I was about to attack somebody with it. That was a placeholder image for a sprite, because we didn't have any animators back then. I think Tyler removed it, thank God for that. But I remember that. That was actually a thing in our game. I should rather do the rear flank damage. For the Achaeans! You know, the Achaeans is kind of cute. It's like a name of people. Wow, Kib, you're so fucking smirt. I really appreciate how smirt you are. Thanks. I appreciate how smirt I am too. Wow. I was just about to go looking for it. Well, I mean, you can look. If you find it, let me know. So I can have you remove it. But yes, there was a picture of me wielding a stick from a long time ago. Back when Tyler and I were working at Burger King, it was used as a test placeholder thingy. Ah, the Burger King. I hate that place. Let's not think of it. You is whammon, but you is okay. Good. Greg boy sad. Good, Greg boy sad. Nothing of value, Noggin. Okay. Do I bugs for Kibs? Lols. I am left alone again. Good, the Greek boy will suffer. Suffer, Greek boy, suffer. Suffer as I have suffered.
Awaiting orders! Wipe them out!
Wipe them out! They're like, brr, brr. And they go and they bonk each other with some sticks over there. That unit's gonna return, so let's get ready to intercept
are
that.
losing heart. Masters of war!
So are they. You know, that guy's getting luckier arrow shots on my hero. You're just gonna tactically reposition. I will just ask Tytard. See, I wonder if Tyler hates that nickname or not, but I gave him that like a long time ago because he was fucking late. And he made me mad. And so I was like, you're Tytard now. And Tyler's like, whatever. Tyler's our lead programmer, by the way. He's also been my friend for like ages, since elementary. In fact, he's the co-founder of the Mixers project. It was a childhood dream we had. Andrew Jackson donates $8 to say, or 8 Aussie bucks to say, Desco is the only woman able to put up with you boys and also keep you in line. She's also not one of those crazies, I tell ya. You know, everybody knows what I'm talking about. Throw pointy sticks at them. Alright, we can't have those guys hit us in the back. They need to be intercepted. I'm worried that that unit will return, but they're honestly so far away I can actually adjust.
Spears! Foes, beware!
He's almost dead. Yeah, look at his health bar drop. 1,460 health points left.
Spears! Let's see blood!
You know, I'm wondering if the tooltip thing can be disabled.
Trained and ready!
Doesn't seem to disable anything. Thought it was that button there. See what I mean? I'm just talking about, like, see it? I don't need to know that what the unit health bars. I know that that's the health bar, that's the morale bar, and that's the stamina. Like, I don't need to know. I don't need to know anything. That's just too many little tiny windows. I do appreciate it, but at the same time, it's kind of agitating. Oh, hey, they're back. Notice how, remember when I said I would pay attention whether they came back or not? I got sidetracked looking at that I completely spaced it.
Arrows prepared!
Victory is close enough to taste.
Don't hold!
Tastes good. Tastes like strawberries, I mean.
Wreak havoc! Destroy the foe!
Pew, 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 pew. These guys are stabbing me in the back with the big axes.
Sons of Achaea! Forward we go! Ready to serve!
They're poking each other with pokey sticks. Set up a defensive line there.
Combat ready! Forward march! Masters of
Slingers, I want you to, like, disengage. I think our axe and shield warriors should be fine. Yeah, with these Laconian axemen. The enemy Laconians are losing slightly, not by a lot. If that's the case, then let's just flank around. Okay, they're exposed right there. So we'll set up here. We'll throw rocks at their spinal columns. General sniping seems bad in this game? Yes, it does. I actually hate the fact that Mythos forces your generals to be as individuals. I want my general retinue. I don't like my generals as individuals. I hate that. Like Legends of Terrestrial, you're not going to see Rhea standing out in the battlefield by her fucking self. If there's a big army battle or something like that. Because she'd just die. She'd just literally get dogpiled. Before anybody thinks about that. You know what I mean? She'd get murder-cated. It turns out a block of, like, I don't know, 40 dudes with big giant fucking swords and spears and ouchie bits. Yeah, it's gonna hurt. She can't really, like, magic's powerful and all, but, like, it ain't gonna stop that.
forward we go!
You're gonna be dead. You're gonna be dead. In battle. We win that battle. Bit of equal casualties. We lost a little less, but this was a garrison, so I don't really care. Against one of those little tiny armies that's attacking. Gummy Bear says, love it. My roommate just walked in and she was like, you are so nice supporting that autistic kid with his dreams again. Well, fuck you too. Firstly, not autistic. Secondly, I wish I was. Could use it for sympathy points. No, I just have to be a spurge to entertain people. Or that's what I tell myself anyway. I know, I'm crying right now. Well, you could tell her that she's stupid and she should feel bad. Autistic kid. Autistic kid. She's autistic. Synthesized voice. I mean, I appreciate the suggestion, Remord. But I don't think so. I think I have this problem with like quality levels I want in our game, and so I'm not gonna really settle for less because if it I might die if it's literally synthesized voices. Like I might commit suicide like if that happens. Because you know what, I would be super upset. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like what? Like the game must be nothing short of the absolute best we can do.
Spears. It should be a battle to remember. Hungry for glory.
Boopity scoopity. Now, there's an issue here, chap. We're running out of men. Most of our men are dead, actually. About 50% of them are dead. The attacking force is at a significantly higher health pool count than we are. That's making me a little scared, to be honest. We're in a bit of a rock and a hard place, as they say. I wonder if we do something like this. We can finagle our guys to get behind them a little bit. Donate to help the autistic kid. I'll never let that down. Gummy bear. Wear headphones from now on. You're embarrassing me. Autistic kid. I'll show her autism. Look at this rock, okay? Somebody made that. It looks kind of Play-Doh-y. A part of me wonders if the person who's like making the map's like, yes, I'll just stuff a giant dead thing in the background. That'll look neat, I guess. Is God looking down at us from the skies again? No. Sometimes they put God in the skybox, and it kind of makes me happy. He's just like looking at us going like, you're a loser.
Masters of war. Making it happen.
It's okay, I might get her to donate to your special cause. Oh boy. Oh boy, pity money. Just what we need. Listen, chat, I've had it up to here with your bullshit. Zenric says, I'm actually autistic, lol. See, he's autistic. I'm not. I'm normal. See, the only reason why I'm weird right now, and 9% of the time, is because by intaking of sugar, it makes me a little bit finangly. You know what I mean? Like, we just have a little bit of sugar, and all of a sudden, bam, bada boom, we's all energetic and shit. If I didn't have sugar before stream or any sort of caffeinated things, oh boy, you would just be like, Kibs, you sound like you're dead inside. Be like, yes, that's because I'm so tired. But if I'm super awake all the time, then I'll be super excitable and interesting to listen to. Like, what will he think of next? Like, you know, those commercials, like, wow, what? Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, wow. What will they think of I don't even know. I remember hearing a commercial like that. Yeah, Disco's autistic.
Masters of war.
Disco's retarded. He's like, no. Cycle that over. You cycle over there. Oh, they squeezed through the gap. Little whores, no.
On target. All right. We obey. Bring it on. For the
Your
Achaeans!
hero is under attack.
That is sort of fine.
For the Achaeans!
Now, yes, we are killing our own men with rocks. But I think that they were dead anyways, and maybe the rocks will hurt him more than me, maybe? So we're gonna do that. It's fine. Hi, Tard. Shut up, Distard. That's your new name, D-Tard. You're detarded. So you can't do this to me. I can, and I did. Good night, Desco. You just need that person's head off.
Who's the
the target.
Them peoples, right there. Them's the targets.
Ready to serve!
Those units are actually the renowned axemen, which means they're decimating the spearmen. Yep.
Armed up.
What's it like firing point blank? I like how he's like aiming to arc it, and then it fires straight. Oh, they're running. Good.
Move up. Wipe them out.
Your warriors are losing heart.
That's what we call bad. Throw more spears at him. Nice. They're running away like little bitches. Fuck them. Right, now shoot them. Shoot them next. Good. Throw racks at that guy right there. Okay. He's allergic to racks. Yeah, your tiny ass shield ain't gonna block. That shield's like a little buckler. Like, come on. Yeah, sure. Sure. Oh my god. He's gonna totally get there, yep. Let me guess. His arm fell off.
Combat ready! Wreak havoc! Spear!
Your warriors have been routed.
Awaiting orders! Spear! Train
Or bit of a pickle, as they say. Yes, right.
Right then. God damn. This is going to be bloody.
Bit of a predicament, as they say. Yes, right. Okay, that unit there shattered. We're in deep shite. Actually, wait. Let's see if we can get that little unit there. Get this hero on that, and then break these guys out of there. There we go. You stab him. You guys get out and shoot that group there. Good. Now shoot them in the back. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Sons of Akia!
One of your units has no more ammunition.
Beck.
Move
We
out!
call Big Bad. That's right. Uh-oh.
At your command! Seriously! Ready to serve! Advance, men!
Now, I hope our bow dude will win. He has more health, so he might win. Yeah, no, our Achaean slingers are not the best rock-throwing dudes. They're trying, but, you know, sometimes trying isn't good enough in a war, you know.
Sons of
That's just how it is, or as the Ebonic saying goes, that how it be. Bubbles really loves that, by the way.
Don't hold back.
Got another one routing. He's winning decisively, and our dude's losing decisively. That's
Who's for
bad
it?
news for us, honestly.
In our sights. Slings.
But he's the only one who can kind of hold him there.
No one's going to miss you!
Words are cheap.
They'll have rakes.
Train.
See, the problem is they're like shooting right there, so they're sometimes hitting our guys when they have to. They could just shoot all over anywhere else, really. Oh God, Christ!
Lethal at range.
You don't have what it takes!
Actions speak louder than insults.
The combat dialogue is not as bad as Three Kingdoms, but it's still pretty bad. You don't have the balls. Like, he could say something like that.
Does your mother know you're out?
Call
Withdraw.
that an insult! Running now won't save you!
Stop it. You're making me cringe. Stop it.
Slingshots!
Reacts at him. Come on. Chip chop. We're not fighting Achilles. Is he weak to range, though? Oh, yeah, I suppose. I wasn't thinking about that question, and I thought you thought we were fighting Achilles there. Yeah, I think we lost this. That's okay. We managed to kill a few of the little bastards.
Take care. You are losing ground.
Oh, no shit, Sherlock. We're losing ground. As we're losing the battle. Yeah, no way. Really? I would never have guessed that when we're losing, we're like losing the war. Hold on, Kibs has to check something. Oh, very nice. Now somebody asked this, but I'll have to answer that later in the thing in case you're not in the stream. Hey Kibs, I want to ask, how does YouTube Premium affects you? I saw questions about ad blocker, but I actually have Premium. I know it's probably not much in the grand scheme, but I want to know if it's only going to Google or if you get a bit of money. Actually, if people have YouTube Rev or YouTube Premium, it actually is actually a lot more valuable as a view in terms of how YouTube works. Like one YouTube Red view is like actually a lot better. But here's the issue. YouTube and Google are stupid and they don't know how to promote being a member. Like, okay, why should you click on the be the member thing? Well, it skips ads. Like just get ad blocker for that. How else does it help? Like they can play stuff on their phone with it being dark. Like that's not that much better. Allow them to do basically what what's the word? What Amazon does with their Prime thingies, and like, oh, they can do some Prime subscription thing. Like, let them do that, but with YouTube, so they can do that to channels to support a channel more, to make their views worth more. The guy says, I got YouTube Red. Yeah, that actually helps the channel. You simply viewing is actually like generating us an actually fair amount of ad revenue. For just like a single view, honestly. But here's the thing. If I do stream anything that has any sort of copyrighted music, that ad revenue, bye. Bye. That's why I always am like, it's whatever. It's not the big deal. Like, the big thing for me is like, as long as we get a couple of supers a stream, like, that honestly pays for itself, even if our cop and monetization gets claimed. But even so, like, I don't really rely on the donations, but at the same time I do. Like, it's weird. Like, I used to not have to be like, you know, whatever, people donate, they donate. Now I'm at the point now it's like, well, they donate. That actually helps the game's development, and I continue to use them full-time. Now, if we didn't get a lot of donations a month, I would have to tell one of the artists, like, okay, we're going to have to downscale the amount of work, which, yeah, it sucks, but they definitely understand, like, you know, things fluctuate, and you can't expect people to be extraordinarily generous, you know. Insane that you guys are all the time, or not all the time, but as much as you guys have been, it's actually incredible. If you're asked, hey Kibs, my computer won't start, any advice? Plug it in and plug it out again. Who might be your power supply? Try a different outlet. I'm not a tech support guy, so I don't really know how to help you, other than those are the things I would try if I was in your predicament. My belly. There we go. Feels better now. Had a little bit of a belch. All those bubbly bubs. Let's see, new. Well. Oh, my spine. There's no benefit to paying YouTube, says Marcos. Well, actually, there is into doing YouTube Red and those things. There are actually several things. But the thing is, YouTube doesn't promote it well enough and doesn't give content creators enough access to it. I wouldn't recommend people use it if they don't want to. I actually am YouTube Red, but that's for a private thing, really. Like, I just do it because, well, I know it's the... I don't have much money to spare, and so it's like, okay, I can support the content creators I enjoy listening to, like Razorfist or various musicians, by just simply having the red thingy, because I know that they'll get more ad revenue from me. But I can't really afford to give them, like, supers or stuff like that anymore. I used to give, like, Razor a couple supers once in a while, because I enjoyed his content, and I found him to be very entertaining. And I still think he is, but, just can't afford to do that anymore. What happens if we do battle with the blue dudes in sea? Firstly, they're not our enemies, so we don't have to worry about that. Secondly,
Combat hardened.
we need to go take back that settlement over there, so we'll have Ajax start hustling on over. Should have known these little islands would be under attack. How are we doing with rejuvenation? It's gonna be a couple more turns. Now, damn, the Trojans come from over there, so it's actually quite a journey from inside there. Like, Kibs is a razor fist simp. Wow. No, I just find his content enjoyable. I like how inflammatory he is. It makes me happy. Makes me happy that people say mean things to people, and I find it funny. And you're a simp. He's like, what? No. Yeah. We have a retarded argument for 7,000 years. Let's see. What's this hand? Island Club Warriors. That sounds remarkably stupid when you think about it.
Prepare the sacred bulls. I offer wine and ask your blessing.
Loyal to the last.
Okay. Do we need to, like, just do, like, an expedition north? Firstly, to fuck up the Lycomedians, because they're being dicks to me. And that's about it, really. This army could use with some expansion, but we kind of are kind of full a little bit.
As you say.
How much food do these eat a turn? It's not too bad. We'll build up a couple more, and then we'll head north with that army, while Ajax stays down here and beats the shit out of everyone.
Scourge of foes.
Hey, what's a cool ability? Sure. Only goes beat him up more faster. Often I've seen a lot more enemy spear units.
Defending the righteous. Patience.
Boopity scoop. Kibs needs a drink. He's feeling his soul seeping out of his body again. 1 second. Will do, chat. Mad Mouse has subsqueaked. Welcome aboard. Dead inside, help me. Now let's see. We need defensive alliance with some guy named Odysseus. Wow. Simping harder for Daddy Odysseus. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're gonna have to hashtag breed him. What do we hear if we... What do we if we hear? That's right, you retract your message. That was painful to read. No, go away. Okay. Get away from me. I don't mind aspects of this game. Like, I could see the potential here. If naval combat was a thing, it would be so much better. Because considering how naval orientated this game is, it's painful. If there was ever a Total War that needed naval combat, or should have it, besides Empire and Napoleon, which definitely needed it. Oh, specifically Empire. Oh, but the game is so bad. So remarkably bad. So remarkably horrible.
Weapons ready.
It would be this game.
War makes the man.
I'm noticing a couple of armies in the way. I don't like that.
Double time. Oarsmen. Praise Poseidon.
But they're not too near, but one must be cautious, Chatterow. Naval combat will be added in DLC. Honestly, at this point, fucking Christ, just give it to me so I can lament at them for doing something so cruel to me. Be like, why did you do this to me? Like, you did this to yourself. Like, you're right. I'm a monster. And I commit spooku. I'm coming for my city, you piece of shit. You better get ready to give it back to me. Now you should be ready to rock and roll, possibly.
I love a challenge.
Yeah.
Eager for action.
There's a significant amount of douche canoes in the way.
Understood.
We want a thicker, chonkier
It
army
will
for
be
this.
epic.
Epic. Shut up. Poseidon, we have simped so hard for you, and yet you still won't fucking return my phone calls. Oh, Poseidon, man. What the fuck? Building stuff? Ugh, cringe. I don't want to build stuff. Cringe. Oh my god, we have 2 of those buildings. We don't need another one, game. Chariots. I got a mod that helped with chariots, so let's maybe build that. Attica. Wow, Attica wheel. $12 per turn depletes local deposits. See, I don't like the whole depleting things. Because then it's like, well, eventually the map's going to be dry. Dry of everything. Which Darth mod would work for me and Napoleon? Want me big... by the way, this is Callum Dayton. Want proper big battles on big maps, not regiments against regiment clashes on arena maps. Yeah, I understand that feeling. It's a shame it doesn't work for you. It's actually quite decent. Good luck at work, Jimbo. You're kidding me, right? You fucking douche. You ain't getting that? You know, I could use one. Only gold is limited is kind of stupid. Yeah, I agree. Todd donates a very generous $5 to say, "Hey Kibs, are you an X-Gen? If so, can you describe how the changes of technology impacted your life? Specifically, I'm referring to the internet." What's an X-Gen? Honestly, the whole gen thing, I don't like. I just call people boomers and zoomers to make fun of them. I don't actually know or care. The thing is, I was born in '94, so what does that make me? 94 was the year I was pooped out. I was a flap, and then I was like, and the world's like, damn, cringe. Salamis will go to war. Swear an oath to right this wrong. Calm them down. Why would you raid me? Stop that. You little queer. You little queer homosexual.
Never best.
You little ran away bitch. Whatever, I want my settlement back.
Give no quarter.
I like how he stabs him through the chest with a spear. It's kind of great. It's like, what is the point of chest armor? Nothing.
Reclaim this place. Ever reliable. Truest friend. Deadly. Fighting fit.
We're as ready as we can be. And their army is gone. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Yes, now like 30 nations are at war with you.
Break some heads.
Alright, we kind of want to manual these to see if we can minimize things. You were born a year before I graduated high school. I am old. Damn. 97 for me, says Callum. You're a little baby. He's like, no. Kibs, how deep is the astrology in your game? Astrology? Oh, ho, ho, ho. You fool. He's like, what? The Celestial Order view the heavens a bit differently. I guess astrological, like, navigation, like looking at nighttime stars and stuff like that is a very common thing, but like, how advanced are they? Do they understand that they're a body moving in a system, like a solar system? Have I ever said that publicly? I don't remember. Therefore, I'm not going to say anything. But there is answers to these questions somewhere. Damn, Floriel, you 1978, you were like, Vietnam. You're like, no, I was born after that. Nam boy. You're a Gen Xer, says Khalifa to Floriel. Why? Stop raining. No. Now it's just worse. It's just storming harder. Well, it only got worse as time went on, it turns out. Oh, there once was a man named Kibmandu. Bum 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 bum. What's the song with Peking? 55 days at Peking. Peking. It's sneaky squeaky peaky. Oh my god, game, I will have a fit. Stop it. Don't do that to me. There once was a Achaean named Kibman. I don't know. Hell, Kibs is concerned and scared that he might die for no apparent reason. Cody Davis is being retarded and walking forward. You little retards. No, you can't say that to us, Kibs. Our sensitive little pathetic fifis. Your fifis. Now shoot them for hours and hours. Specifically that one man. I mean, his health is dropping. At not necessarily a satisfactory rate, to be honest with you. Well, I mean, it's dropping. If we could just... Oh, hey. That got them moving. Apparently, he didn't like being pelted with rocks.
Combat ready! Spears! Advance!
Bum, ba-da, bum, ba-da, bum, 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 bum.
Awaiting orders! On the move! I got this! Spears! Move up! In good order! Axes! Foes beware! Spears! Onward, warriors! Ready to serve! Move up! To glory! Slings!
Wow, 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 wow.
Hungry for glory! To glory!
Zeus, no! Struck me with lightning and it hurt like a bitch. Fuck him. Seriously. Eep. Besides, mad at you. Yeah. I hope some of you maybe got wet and died from that. I don't see any dead bodies. I see some blood, though. A significant amount of blood. You'd think somebody would be on the ground hurting.
Axes! Spears! Masters of war! Forward we go! Forward we go! Spears! Axes! In good order! Foes beware! Go at them! Spear! Axes! Spear! At your command!
Boop, boop, boopity scoop.
Foes beware! Axes! Spears!
You son of a bitch with lightning.
On the move! Spear! No mercy! Wipe them!
There, recharging fun times.
Just say the word! We are Kibs! Your
Now, harmless rats must heal people. Regenerative mixture.
Unleash the Hydra's power!
The Hydra's power.
hungry for glory! You should have stayed at home! Call that an insult?
There we go.
Victory is close enough to taste.
Axes! Spears!
We're bonking them. We's bonking them hard. We're hardly bonking them. I'm not quite sure.
You're the one who'll die!
Poisonous predator!
Do the spell. Nuts.
Sons of Achaea! Strike hard! Axes! Spears! Trained and ready!
Let's see. Like how you're just trying to run, but it's like stuck. Okay, there we go. So far, so good.
Hungry for glory.
At your command.
What do you mean the woo boys? What's that supposed to be, you little shit? Nothing. Little bastard. Okay, wait, what? I don't know what's happening. I'd rather have a better quality game than better graphics. I feel like the graphics are becoming more important than the games themselves. They're actually not wrong. The graphics race is actually one of those things that is actually never talked about, despite what, you know, our shit on the stream is like, it's overhyped. It's like, actually, in terms of the industry, it's actually not. It's, it's actually a problem. But it's actually starting to switch a little bit, but it's one of those things where it's become an endemic issue. Like, a lot of people are shitting on, for example, the new Halo Infinite game.
warriors are losing heart.
And whatever you would think of Halo Infinite is whatever, but, like, the reason why some people are shitting on it are because, like, the graphics aren't as good as, like, the latest Call of Duty. Like, that is the standard. Most of the casuals would rather have another Call of Duty with, like, high-end graphics and visuals than have a fun game. But regardless of whether or not the game is fun or not. That's just a Minnesotan Midwestern accent, okay? Well, actually, you probably care about graphics a little bit. There's also the opposite side of the pendulum,
warriors are rallying.
where some people are like, graphics don't matter, visuals don't matter at all. No, I disagree. I think visuals are just as important as any other aspect or component of a game, though if you fail one, the whole product will suffer in regards to that. Now, good gameplay can often triumph a lot more things because the core fundamental principle of making a game is that it is a game. It is a game. That's something that I had to learn, even though when I was first getting into game development, because it's, you know, so many people tell you so many things when you're getting into it that you have to figure it out, which is sad because it should be just the most obvious fact ever. But at least I don't think it was obvious. I don't remember, but I remember people thinking that it wasn't. I'm just gonna go on a limb and assume that I also thought that at some point. Just because I can't remember, because I've changed so much since starting working on my game, because I've also understood a lot more. I think I just got hair in my eye. Ah, nope, yep. No. I need a haircut, bad. My hair goes down to my nose now, chat. Help. Help. It's almost as bad as Aerith's. Ugh, terrible. Need a haircut, badly. I'm finding your Yankee voice of me just a bit patronizing, Kib. What does that mean? Your Yankee voice of me. What does that mean? What does that translate to? If graphics didn't matter, Dwarf Fortress would be much more popular. Yes, it would. Well, maybe. Honestly, I don't know if I've not quite had a chance to play it. A reason for that is I look at the visuals for it and the specifically the user interface, and I go, ew. Like, I look at the user interface and I don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. Because it's like, I don't know. Like, it's not to say that's a bad game or that it's not an interesting game. It's just, for me, a big core component of a game is having a user interface that doesn't want to commit suicide. Like how his head just clipped into the ground. That's kind of cute. The graphics can also carry. Valheim is amazing because the visual art direction is awesome. Occupado.
My reputation grows.
Good night, Gummy. But why does it grow? Ugh.
We
Summers.
will go down in history.
Cause fear. Nice. Good, we got some territory gains now. We're gonna have to deal with that, though. Deal with that and get our further foothold over there. Get helped.
Loyal to the last. Under sail.
Alright, the boat has managed to get pretty close to the target.
Ajax the Great. Give no quarter.
See, the red outline makes me think that they're at war with me.
Defending the righteous.
Hmm. That one. Big problem is that games journalists started to focus more on graphics in the mid 2000s. Fully turning shill, and they actually it stems further back from that blade. The graphics race was definitely one of the big things behind the console wars, specifically in regards to the Nintendo and the Sega machines. Like, it was a huge thing, and ever since then, it's always been a push to get to 3D, and PlayStation joined the race, and, like, perfect 3D, and then PlayStation 2, the push for the online components and better graphics, and Xbox came in, which actually had a lot better visuals than the rest of them during that period, along with the Dreamcast. 360 and the PlayStation 3 was the same thing. We tried to focus on a gimmick. It sort of worked for a little bit, but it had a lot of problems. Nintendo managed to come up with a new solution, which was basically just to become portable and small. But graphics do make more sales. Like, the numbers exist to prove it. That's the issue, chat. Like, the issue is it's a hard truth to swallow. And it's honestly not a thing that I wish it was the case, but it sadly is. Most people, most gamers as a whole, are very casual. They actually don't give a shit. And that's always been the case since the beginning. However, it wasn't as big of a problem because the differential between the casuals and the hardcore was smaller, but that was more so way back in the beginning, like in like the mid-early 90s era. Now, as gaming expanded, the gap between the hardcore and the casual side grew. So the casual audience has grown to such a massive degree that it far outweighs the hardcore gamers like you and me. For example, the Total War franchise is a case in point example of this. You and I, most of you I assume, miss the Total Wars that had soul. And what I mean by soul is they had effort put into it. Putting archers on the hill gave them longer range. The cities had, their own cool aspects and dynamic destructibility. Voxel-based city damage existed in Medieval 2. You could target specific parts of buildings and knock them down. Like a church bell, you could knock down into the building. You could tear up certain sections of the citadel and blow holes in the walls when sieging a city. Those features were removed because they were made to casualize and streamline the game and make it easier for the casual audience to get into, and it worked. They did get into it. The franchise made more money. They can make more games now. They can have better visuals and better sound effects. But at the same time, in the case of Total War, with the death of the Australian team, a lot of that soul was lost. Like Jeff Van Dyke, and the music is gone. Gone. Like, I don't even remember. The last modern Total War that had a somewhat good soundtrack, but used a lot of music from Shogun 1, was Shogun 2.
I love a challenge.
Rome 2, meh. Total War Warhammer, bleh. Troy, bleh. Thrones of Britannia, bleh. Attila, eh. Attila was kind of okay. Serviceable. But nothing more.
Armed and ready. For glory.
But that is just... Just getting code in here, just code. Code in here, code. Those guys are at war with me. Right? Are they at war with me? Why are they red? I'm so confused.
Not a chance.
I do not consider Ajax to be a natural negotiator.
That's rude, but okay. So we are at war. We're not? I'm so confused. I thought the red thing means we're at war. I'm getting more confused. Chat, help. I'm so confused, cheat. Honestly, I might as well just go to Troy. Fuck. I'm just getting progressively more confused as time goes on. Honestly, with Total War Warhammer 3, the only reason I would even bother considering getting it is for subscribers and money. Like, I have no actual desire to play the game. It would be purely a sort of like YouTuber business viewpoint of getting it. I actually really don't want to play Total War Warhammer 3. It looks like I played Total War Warhammer 2, and I hate it. I hate it. I hate that game so much because it's missing so much, and it could be so much more, but it's not. It's just like a soulless husk of a game. There's no fire mechanics, there's no city battles, there's no settlement battles. There's a wall battle with 2 streets, but I don't really count that because that same level layout is like recycled for every faction. Like, fuck me. Not to mention, like, when walls fall down, they just make poofs of smoke. They don't even look cool. At least Rome 2 and Attila, like, the walls crumbled and, like, blew apart a little bit. In Total War Warhammer, they don't even, like, they made the cities even smaller, and the destructibility is even worse. Like, buildings just go from being full health to transitioning to, it's gone. It's gone. It's like rock hits it, and it's like, model swap. It's like, that's so uncanny and interesting. Like fucking Medieval 2. A rock hits a building and it like blows through the church tower, and you see the church bell just like smack into the building. Like, it's so cool. But what happens in fucking Medieval or Rome 2? Or not, yeah, even Rome 2. Like a rock hits a building and the building just like transitions to a broken model. It's like, oh, that's so lame. We did it to save on performance. Yeah, well, just make it an option then. You didn't do it to save on performance. You did it to fucking... it's cheaper. It's cheaper. I get it. It is cheaper. But my god, sieges are so unsatisfying. F-Ear says, I know you guys love to shit on Total Warhammer. I don't love to. It hurts me to even talk about the game because I'm mad. It should be a better game. Total War Warhammer has no right to be bad, and yet it persists in being bad. Almost like spite me. It should be an incredible game, but the multiplayer community and tournaments are actually quite interesting. Don't care about the tournaments or multiplayer that much. Like, the multiplayer battles are kind of fun in Total War Warhammer because you have these dynamic armies, and I will say I did have fun playing the multiplayer battles among friends. Tournaments I don't give a shit about. Last time I had fun in multiplayer Total War was like Shogun 2 when it came to the modern ones. Because Shogun 2 actually had some actual multiplayer components, which hurts me more because Total War Warhammer could have taken the RPG like mechanics, not to mention custom army painting. Like each division and regiment, so to speak, a regiment could be customized. Your bannerman could be customized to have like a custom flag. You can customize the colors of each unit. They have a progression system. There could have been so much more to the multiplayer to make it so much more interesting. But you know what it is? It's the most basic cookie cutter multiplayer crap. Ugh. Ugh. It leaves a bad taste in me mouth. we might have problemos. We'll see which direction they go. The biggest problem for Total Warhammer, though, again, touches back to the fact that the battles are so samey. The maps do nothing. They did nothing with the maps. Like, the maps are super lame, and, like, they should have done so much more. Total War Arena, as much as that game had problems, had one thing going for it. It had maps that were amazing. The maps in Total War Arena, like, sure, yeah, they were pre-scripted and they weren't random battles on this, like, big map. But honestly, pre-scripted maps, I actually changed my mind. Like, they're fucking cool. Like, oh, the shit you could do. Like, the Battle of Thermopylae, the verticality there was incredible. Like, the Battle of Marathon map is actually had some pretty good, like, hills and slopes to it. And different ambush points. Like, they had so much going in Total Arena. Even the urban city map with, like, the weird bridgey thing. And, like, the different arching things, like, was super cool. Tuderberg Forest, where there's, like, a Roman fort and, like, a Gallic fort. And there's, like, this riverside, there's this hillside, there's, like, a no man's land in the middle that they had. Like, it was so cool. And it was so fun to play on, actually. The game was so flawed, it hurt me. And it actually led to its downfall in the end. But it actually had potential. Total Arena could have actually been a game that could have actually stuck around. But by that point, they had burned their reputation with the community so much. And them transitioning to wargaming running Total Arena was a mistake. Wargaming basically turned it into the grindiest, stupidest fucking thing. Like, progressing went from being like a relatively quick thing to being like this absolute grind fest. Creative Assembly, I'll give them credit. They ran Total War Arena way better than Wargaming did. Man. See, in this Total War Arena really had something going. Something that could have been actually really good. Like, if they had kept with the original vision what they were going for, I'd probably play it and stream it to this day, honestly. I really liked what they were doing with it. And then they transitioned to wargaming, which fucked it up. Stop that. Dick. Dick.
Your warriors are losing heart.
Forever! Poison sting! Combat ready! Wipe them out! Spears! Forward we go! Ready to serve!
Your warriors have been routed.
Yeah, I knew that would happen. They have so much range stuff. Like, range meta is a serious problem in the recent Total Wars. Especially because of how the health pool system works. Like, it's just such a so good.
Ready for war!
Fuzzy, I don't really actually care about that. Like, the thing is, the spells, like, what can you do to make spells different functionality? Not a whole lot. Like, it being a little green mist of smoke with poison is Honestly, pretty par for the course, and it's honestly not even really worth complaining about.
By Ares, your warriors are
At
rallying.
least in my mind. There's far more important things to complain about than that.
Onward, warriors!
It's the most minor thing.
Master marksman!
The archer is gonna be the death of me, though. Like, the archer meta here is so fucking strong.
Lethal at range! Go at them!
Axes! No mercy!
It's actually kind of ridiculous.
Your warriors are rallying.
Yay for them, I guess. Time for more poison. Oof.
The foe has sighted your hidden units.
Hopefully that hurts. There's so many goddamn archers.
One of your units has no more ammunition.
Like, honestly, the archers are such a problem, it's not even funny. You think so diseased all of a sudden? The Warscape engine in general has had a huge problem with archers. Most notably with Shogun 2 and Rome 2. Like, the range meta thing is kind of ridiculous in terms of how much damage. It's not as bad in Attila by comparison, but it was still bad. If memory serves correctly. Three Kingdoms is pretty bad. Also, Cavalry is super powerful in their kingdoms.
Retreat!
There, that killed some. Now their health bar is lowered. Yeah, we're not gonna win this, sadly. I don't want to concede defeat, but I'm also like, I'm at that point where I'm starting to feel a little bit worn, a little bit worn out. I don't want to stop streaming, but fuck. I feel like, fuck it. Like, wait is on me. It's heavy. Yeah, no, I think I could have done better. Honestly, I feel like I could have won that. Let's try it again. Maybe it's just because I wasn't focusing. Did that spell even do damage? Yes, it did a lot of damage, actually. But based on how the health... See, the problem is you guys are looking at the... You aren't actually thinking of how the damage thing works in the new Total Wars. Ever since things like Total Warhammer, I think even a little bit before then, like the way damage works is each army unit has a health pool. It does a lot of actual damage to the unit's health pool, but I forget how the models work. Somebody has to refresh me. It's each model, like in the original Total War, each model had 1 hit point. And like, that was it. Except for like the general, I think they had 2. Or maybe they didn't have 2, I think they had like 1 armor thing. And that, like, so if you take 1 point of damage and you fail to like your armor check or whatever, like you just die. The problem is in this one is there's health pool. which means now it's not just like, okay, one hit, you're dead. It's now just like bonk, 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 bonk as the pool slowly depletes until they die. So you have to lower their health bars. Honestly, I missed the way it sort of worked in Medieval too. I don't remember exactly how the mathematics, how the actual calculations work though, because it's been, again, a long time. We're gonna try to just go out there and get them, basically. Hope for the best. Here's my line of thinking. We'll group up these guys, and then we'll try to micro the other dudes.
Just say the word. Arrows prepared. We're on.
Problem is, I think their archers are going to outmatch us, though. Quite heftily. It might help that we're out here, though. Because the big benefit of being out here is the hill. Like, this map is horribly designed. Because, okay, like, I just want to talk about this for a moment. What fucking idiot level designer was like, yes, okay, so we have a city. Alright, like, it's got this huge slope, like... This here is stupid to me in terms of level design because of the height disadvantage thing. Because if a unit, if I remember right, and at least in the other Total Wars, attacking up a slope is a nightmare in terms of like performance wise. So having our troops start at the low fucking ground when we're defending is absolutely horrendous. Like, Christ's sake, like at least let me, okay, it's like fair enough, whatever. Okay, let me go back here. Like, this is still really bad. Because, like, now I'm just reduced to being, like, in a corner. But at least I'm not fighting up a slope. No, I can't do that because there's an invisible fucking wall here. Because our peasants put a palisade up to keep us out. Like, what the fuck? Why would they do that? Honestly, you should be able to, like, pull back, like, almost, like, up here. Like, it should go up there, and that should be, like, the final place. So that you get some verticality to it, like you could use this stuff. It's like, okay, instead of it being like this is the front line of the settlement, it'll be like here, and they have to worm their way up. And maybe like they add another path there, and so it's like this, like fighting up these like little cliffs and stuff, and you get a little bit of verticality going on here. That could be actually interesting. But no, we do get a little bit of verticality, chat. We just get it in the face of we have to go up a goddamn hill to defend our own settlement, which is retarded, and I hate it. Doesn't even make any sense. Oh, why would you build your settlement in such a shitty location? Like, criminy. Even so, let's say they did build it in a shitty location. Why would our army set up a defensive position in the worst possible place, like, imaginable? Yes, we're going to set up our troops in a ravine, so that way they can throw rocks down at us until we die. It's like, okay, very fucking smart, dudes. Very fucking smart. Like, you big brain that. You did it. You're, We're all going to heaven now, boy. Don't have a lot of slingers. That's the big issue here.
Your warriors are losing heart.
Yeah, they're just getting absolutely ranged to fucking death. Christ.
Your warriors have been routed.
See, that's horseshit.
No fear! Weapons ready! We are Achaeans!
That's better. No, focus fire.
Attack!
Focus on the blob.
Thy Ares, your warriors are rallying.
I don't know what's going on there, but I like it. Yeah, see, like honestly, fighting defensively down there is actually a mistake. Christ, look at the difference. Like, even if we do lose, like, the performance here is laughable in terms of difference. Defending is, like, actually detrimental to living. It's like attacking is what you need to do. I hate that. Oh, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, do a defensive battle to attack. It's like, okay. I don't mind counterattacking out of before, but, like, that being like the only strategy to win is kind of the stupid part. Splish splash, you're taking a bath. A bath. See, that does damage, it just doesn't necessarily kill. Because the unit's HP bars dropped. But just not very much, you know? Whamp whamp.
Your hero is under attack.
In good order. Destroy the foe. Lethal outrage. Foes beware.
Foes beware. See, I knew it. Performatively speaking, well, we were just... Oh my god. Yeah, I just dropped the ball in the previous defense. Fuck. Like, massively. Like, this wasn't that hard of a battle. It's gonna be a bloody one, but not gonna be remotely as bad as I had made it out to be, but it was definitely bad because of the map design. Like this hill here, I can't stress how silly this hill is. Like, look at the elevation difference here. Like, so there's like little leveled out areas here, like you could put troops here, but like, by and large, it should almost be reversed. Like, the enemy's coming from here, and the settlement's up here, or something. Building Conflict was a cute little RTS. But it had problems, lots of problems.
Retreat. Advancement.
I do like these features they added, like this tall grass stuff. Like, I do like the things they added, but the fact that forest fires are gone, like, forest fires in the tall grass would be super cool. Like, watch dudes burn, like, that'd be great. Like, the addition of tall grass is nice. And I have no idea whether, like, well, let's not add this to any other Total Wars. Tall grass and stuff like that was a thing in Total War Arena. There's actually quite a few cool things in Total Arena that should have seen a crossover to the other games. For instance, like, in Total Arena, let's say this was an accessible area, you could place archers up here like it was a wall, and they would fire down from the cliff's edge. It's like, stuff like that was really cool, and I have no idea why those features never saw their way into an actual Total War game. Despite how interesting they actually made the game, and made different terrain features have mechanical functions. There's a lot of little things in Total Arena that was actually quite nice. There was also a lot of bad things. Like the grind. Oof.
Forward march. Dead from afar. Sons of a killer. Spears. Strike hard. Hungry for glory.
Never played Total War Arena. Saw a bit of the trailer, wasn't intrigued enough. They're interested in the idea. Total War Arena is actually kind of cool.
Trained and ready.
Like, a lot of people who play Total War weren't interested in it, and I get that because it has no campaign. It's weird and it's silly. Total War Arena taught me something that would be super cool. Is the ability to have more players play cooperatively with you in a campaign where you just share a faction and they can take controls of different units. And what you could do is just turn up the difficulty, make it super hard, and like people could be assigned to like different task groups. Like these these dudes are under Bubbles command. You can micro them super heavy. This is hands, you know, this is Fairman, etc. Like that could have been a really cool function. A lot of really interesting ideas in Total War Arena that, again, were interesting ideas. Like, I need to stress that too. Like, they could have been really good, but they needed to be worked on. And the issue is they didn't really work on them too much. It didn't help that the game had some serious problems in terms of development. Oh man, I wish it was still a thing so I could show you. Problemed, flawed, yes, but lots of interesting ideas that should have been, even if the project was to be canned, should have been salvaged and put into the other Total War titles. Especially in terms of level design. Jesus. Whoever the level designer was for Total War Arena, like, if they are still working for Total War and they made the recent maps, like, Jesus, like, they're, like, I think they're holding them back. But, like, that creativity spark, like, have them make the city maps. They could have been really cool. Different verticality, different, like, locations, different plateaus, and different things. That was one thing Total Arena did right, was verticality. Like, verticality was really cool in a Total War game. Having, like, different, like, elevations and feel like they matter was cool, but... It was a flawed game, though. I'm praising it a lot because of all the good things, but there was a lot of actual problems with the game. Oh, the biggest have said they're attacking Kib again. Why would they do that to me? Like how my base troops are better than theirs. Like honestly, I don't even want. But I'll resolve you. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Whoa, they bonkety binkety each other. The Total Arena had two phases. One was under Creative Assembly, which was good, and then I played it again when I went on hiatus. I came back, but that's when they had Wargaming handle the hosting for it, and it was like they had fucked it up. I don't remember exactly, but like everything was wrong. The XP rates were wrong. The way combat felt was wrong. Like they had taken the game with its interesting ideas that needed work and somehow managed to fuck up everything about them. Like it had just went from being like a really cool idea to a really awful thing. And then it died, unsurprisingly, because people didn't like it. Which is no surprise because it was, what the fuck, that button shit, there's a square on my screen. Eep. Weird, weird. Yes. Woo-woo. Wonderful. Colt, level up. Nuts. Having a quick look at Arena gameplay so far, it got vibes of World of Tanks sort of stuff. And Dota. I find also barbarians working alongside Romans? No, just no. Honestly, when you played the game, it didn't really matter. What mattered actually the most, what made it cool, was friends. Not like playing the game by yourself was actually awful. Okay, that's something I haven't talked about. Total Arena was garbage by yourself. If you played the game by yourself, like you would be like, this is boring, this is cancer, this is awful. And to be fair, it was. It was. Playing that game by yourself was a horrible, horrible experience where people wouldn't work together or coordinate at all. And that was one of the other problems, coordination. Sometimes you'd be on a team and they'd work together and you'd be like, wow, this is fun. Next game, none of it. And it'd be like, oof. Because the team play in that game was absolutely necessary for a victory. Now here's where the game actually got good. Partying up with friends and playing it with friends. The game went from being kind of shit to being like remarkably intense and interesting. Like being on your toes, like maneuvering together. Like I remember we had this one game with Steve where we were fighting at the hot gates and like we had pulled back successfully and Chrono was on the ledge. These are old friends of mine. And he was like lobbing artillery down at the guys coming up through the hot gates, and Steve had deployed his pikemen. And it was funny, I'll never forget this moment. And our entire team is pulling back because we lost the engagement, but we're having an effective retreat. One player was actually sacrificing his dudes. I believe that was Johnny Boy, holding them back, giving his life so we could actually exfiltrate back and set up another defensive line. And it was really fucking awesome. Until we realized that Steve had the pikemen down. Now, we didn't know this at the time, but apparently when pikemen are deployed in Total War Arena, what would happen is anything that ran into it would die instantly, especially friendlies, because they wouldn't even stop to engage. Steve had killed every single player on our team. The amount of friendly kills he had managed to accrue as everyone was yelling at him was incredible because he didn't understand what was happening. I forget, like, I don't know how to express, like, you know, it's like you get points for killing people. Like, Steve had outkilled the entire enemy team. Like, he killed like 4,000 dudes or something like that were routing through there, that were, or not routing, but moving through there. That was an example of a really terrible decision to have pikemen being deployed kill friendly units. Steve had effectively killed our entire team. So what was a really cool battle had turned into a really retarded moment that will forever be remembered as absolutely stupid. So yeah, it was funny. And there was a lot of fun moments. Like, I remember having like different fights on hills where we'd like pull back and maneuver, like Chrono would take his cavalry and flank around. And the coordination was really exciting in that game. It was actually really exciting. Because, yeah, sure, you only get like 3 or so units. Well, I think, was it 3? Yeah, one was like your hero would be attached to it, your general, whatever, which your power-ups give them, and then 2 supporting units. And it was super cool because the team play that would go on there and the coordination required to like maneuver troops together against other players, because player enemies are so much more exciting to fight. If you've ever played Total War multiplayer, you kind of know what I'm saying. Like, Total War multiplayer is pretty fun. Like, even Total War Warhammer is actually fun if you play it in the multiplayer modes, because playing against people is a lot more exciting and interesting than the brain-dead AI. Like, Total War Troy is probably really fun in multiplayer, if I had to guess. Most Total Wars are always better in multiplayer when it comes to the battles, because players will actually use their brains and the battles will actually be far more interesting. Callum Dayton says, wish my friends were around these days. Love to play some strategy stuff with them. Yeah, that was the thing. But yeah, Total Arena was, I think, destined to fail. Like, that's my summary conclusion. It was destined to fail because of just having playing with randoms is just not going to work. It's just not going to work. But what I wish they did is they would have took the lessons of Total War Arena and brought that over to the multiplayer side for the other Total War games, and just simply incorporated that into that, as well as bringing elements of Shogun's progression system over to make the multiplayer a little bit more interesting, to have a campaign mode. Sure, you could have your custom battles and do whatever you want, but, you know, you could just sort of have fun and bonk the shit out of each other. It was Belith smash because in some endings she has children, and since it's an avatar, every canon should be accepted. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you talking about, boy, but you talking about words and stuff. And they make me feel uncomfortable. I might take actual army unit casualties here. But at the same time, it's a real good opportunity to catch them before they are able to fully retreat and stamp them out. Oh, man. Well, that's a different map for a change. Oh, yeah. The thing is, Callum, when Total War Arena worked, when it did work, which was rare, mind you, like, these fun, cool moments I'm talking about are normally spaced between several awful matches of just retarded team play, where team play goes awful. When things lined up and there was good plays and they actually happened, like, they were memorable as fuck, and they were exciting, and they felt so satisfying to feel a good plan come together and absolutely smash an enemy on the flank and see them roll up and begin to mass route, and then watch as they set up a new defensive line as your troops reposition. Like, oh, advancing in that game was cool. Like, advancing, I remember doing it in the marathon battle where we advanced along the beachfront, the enemy Persian forces, well, Persian side, there was no Persians, but they'd be lining up on theirs, and like, they'd be like, chat would coordinate. There'd be penises drawn on the map, but you know what? Who cared? Okay? Those penises were invoking the will of the gods to side with us. Whoever's penis was the biggest would probably, you know, garner the favor of the gods, and therefore give us a distinct advantage in battle. At least that was what we thought, anyways. The bigger the penis, the more powerful the omens, you know? What the fuck? What's with the penis obsession? No, understand. Listen, chat, you don't understand. Invoking PP powers is very big brain. You'll have to understand that. It's the base thing to do. Yes, there was a lot of genitalia being drawn on the map. Some of it was pretty good and detailed because people would work together. See, when you could always tell you had a good team while waiting for the battle to start, because when you pick your, you pick your spots, right? And then people would start drawing on the map. And so people would work together. So somebody would draw the penis, somebody would be working on the balls, because you have a limited amount of time to draw that dick, right? And then somebody would work on the what do you call it? The pubes, yeah. And if you got real lucky, you could get the coom too. Just like, what the fuck? You had to be quick though, because it disappeared. I always loved it. Each game, there was always a dick on the map. See, that is a good community. Because they know how to take the piss. Any good commander knows penis on map makes the troops fight better. The bigger the penis, the better. The more detailed the penis, the greater the effect, you know? It was an experience, okay? Oh man, I wish I had streamed more of it. I think we have like a stream. I don't know if I think I cleaned those out of the channel, sadly. Otherwise I'd show you and you'd be like, wow, that is retarded. But yes, it's wonderful. But either way, Total Arena was destined to fail. And I really, really wish that they added the functions and features from that game into the other Total Wars. They didn't. But Total War Troy, the reason why I bring it up, is it has one of the Total Arena features right here. Tall grass. Total War Arena had this for like swamps and stuff where troops could like move around in that. They also had a better Fog of War system. The Fog of War system in this game sucks ass. Like the Fog of War line of sight in that game is actually better. Way to fix that here? That's actually good. Options. Maybe be under graphics. Heat, haze, glow, chromatic aberration, no, vignette. I don't see it. Weird. At least the UI is easy on the eyes because of the use of dark colors. Does Fuda summon the Barch? Sometimes, but only sometimes. Barch should be sleeping past his little bedtime. Little grumpy little bastard needs his rest. There.
As you said.
For the Achaeans. And now they must come to us. Coating them with reeks. Flippity plappity flippity plappity. Oh man, you know what's another great Total War game that had features that should have saw us way into another Total War? Total War Kingdoms. Just no, no, that was awful. That was actual garbage. That was the Total War mobile game. And then Feral Interactive comes along like, hey, we'll port Total War Rome 1. And then the Total War Kingdoms game just literally fades into obscurity. Because it's fucking awful. It was honestly a favor to humanity to see it purged from the internet. We're gonna hit a few of our boys. Crap, we can't catch all of them because we don't have troops.
Your hero is under attack.
Masters of War, man. Quit
Your
zapping me.
warriors are losing heart.
Zippy zappy. They shoot lightning at Kibs, and Kibs just wants to live. Pelt them with rocks as they flee for their lives.
Victory is close enough to taste.
Taste like spaghetti. We managed to crush the army again, which is good. I really like the blood splattering on the bushes. It's cute. They reformed. Poor bastards. Pelt them with rocks. That'll teach them to unform, maybe. What do you know? They shattered. The army loss penalty is going to start sinking in. Especially with these shatters. Better to shatter them if we can help it. There we go. Looking pretty good. Man, oh man. See, Total War could be a good franchise. Could be a great franchise. And it would only take one game to really do it. In fact, it wouldn't even necessarily take one game to do it. All it would simply take, even Troy, could be like a game I could praise and go like, wow, it's amazing and incredible. All they'd have to do, won't do, they're unlikely to do, is simply just start adding content into it. And not talking about the DLC stuff. They can do DLC with like heroes and start positions or whatever. But talking about patching and more mechanics. Like doing the Mythos thing as like a DLC is like super scoomy. But honestly, Mythos should be just the base game. The game is not a very good historical Total War. It's in fact bad. And that stems from the fact that the calculations, the way they're done, are done the way Total War Warhammer operates. They don't even feel historical to begin with. Man.
Your warriors have spotted hidden foes.
Should have the battle in the way. Well, there was like a sort of narrow pass battle, but again, no bridge battles, which is a bit of a shame. If you like games like Detroit Become Human, never played it, though it seemed very, very, very pretentious. Painfully pretentious.
Your warriors have been routed.
So I elected not to try it, even though I did have a PlayStation that I could try it on. I just went like, meh, whatever. In retrospect, I should have streamed it because that would have gained more subs, just like the fucking Last of Us Part 2. But my god, sometimes though, chat, sometimes.
Are rallying.
Streaming bad games, like, sometimes I just don't want to stream bad games. Sometimes I just want to play a good game, you know? Like Battle for Middle-earth. That's been fun. Like, I've really enjoyed streaming that game. Like, sometimes I like to stream games that are fun and not shitty. Hell, even the new Aliens game isn't half bad. It's actually kind of fun. This game isn't bad. It's just very mediocre. Very mediocre. It's not as bad as Thrones of Feltania. Oh, that was awful, though. Thrones of Britannia was like Attila, but gutted. And Attila had problems, too.
On our way.
Fortunately, mods help bring this game out into a better light, but it's still, even with mods, there's still can't speak. Key issues that the game just has that needs to be completely changed. We beat him back, chat. We beat him back. The whole trilogy thing is stupid, but at least it feels like 3 complete games. Troy's just that game that is straight up incomplete. I'd rather play Troy than a single Total War Warhammer game. You wanna know why? Because at least Troy feels like it's not gonna be a second game. Now, if Troy starts selling well, it's very likely that it will have a second game. And then I can just throw myself out a window and go like, because there's no reason for this game to have a second one. Troy is such a contained thing. No, Total War Warhammer feels so incomplete. If you go back to Total War Warhammer 1 after playing Total War Warhammer 2, you feel like you just got fucked in the ass. Like, you're like, what the fuck? Like, this game is just missing stuff. And then when Total War Warhammer 3 comes out, like, fuck, you get like, here, buy a shitty piece of this game, and you can have this game to combine it. Like, no. They scammed us, and they scammed us hard. There's no reason to sell them separately other than for pure greed. They don't feel like complete games because they're not complete games. They're all 3 incomplete. Every Total War Warhammer game is incomplete. It's a third of a game. And on top of that, the DLC alone, listen to this shit, okay? The Beastmen. If you want the Beastmen, you need Total War Warhammer 1, and then you need to get the Beastmen DLC. And if you want to complete the Beastmen, you'll need to get Total Warhammer 2 and get the other Beastmen DLC. You have to buy game, DLC, then game, then DLC to complete a faction. Like, what in the actual fucking bullshit? Like, at least with Troy. I can't even believe I'm saying at least with Troy. Like, this hurts me to even say. At least with Troy. If I buy Troy, the Trojans are there. And they're looking at me like, damn, I'm a Trojan. Like, well, at least there's Trojans. Look at the Trojans. They're derpy, they're retarded, but at least they're there. They have yet to do the whole sequel thing. 3 Kingdoms, you buy 3 Kingdoms and you buy an incomplete game. You don't even get the 3 Kingdoms period. The game is actually a complete lie. There are 3 Kingdoms in it that triggers from an event, but you can't actually even start in the 3 Kingdoms period. Oh my god. Oh my god. Total War Warhammer is like incompleteness. The fact that, and people defend that shit, like, what the fuck? Like, oh my god. Oh, Total War Warhammer. Nothing is worse in the franchise than what Total War Warhammer did. Even Thrones of Feltania pales in comparison. Thrones of Feltania has the merit of at least being an experiment that they paid you for. Or no, they charge us for. To try. Which is awful, and I hate it, but whatever. Total War Warhammer is 3 incomplete games that even if you buy all 3 of them, you're still missing all the stuff. If I buy all 3 of these goddamn fucking games, my Empire faction isn't even fucking complete. What kind of bullshit is that? What do you mean? You made me pay almost like $300 cunting dollars, and you're telling me this one faction that was in the base game isn't fucking complete? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, there's... Total War Warhammer 1 has goddamn DLC for each faction that's in the game. That's annoying as hell, but whatever. Total War Warhammer 2 has DLC for the fucking Empire over there. Like, what in the actual fuck is happening here? Like, why? Why do I have to buy the second game to get the rest of the roster for the faction in the first hunting game? And the worst part is, if I buy the second game and buy that DLC, if I go back and play the first game, it doesn't have that stuff. So you get fucked for owning the first game. There's no reason to play the first game. The first game is literally fucking inferior. All it does is unlock shit that's locked in the second game. The scam bullshit here is so fucking off the radar. It actually fucking makes me furious. Like, they're manipulating you. They're manipulating all of us. And I hate it. Like, the only reason I'd ever get Total Warhammer 3 is just so I could get it and then commit seppuku after. Like Christ. That and the subs. Like, it would just get views, but I hate the idea of even owning it. I hate the idea of giving the money. Like, I did it for Troy because it would get views. And you know what? It did. And it proved my point, and that's what I hate. I was right, and I wish I was wrong. This actually generated a lot of views. And gained us a lot of new subs. And I am sad. I'm sad. I am sad. I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm sad. But we need to play new games more. And the worst part is, I don't, like, there's a few new games I'm looking at, like, oh, that could be interesting, like that one zombie one coming out, RTS. That looks kind of cute. But my god, I can't believe it. I'm not saying you're defending it, Marcos. I'm just ranting about people that do. It was a segue, as they say. And even so, even if you do like Total War Warhammer, like, I have friends that do, like, it's fine. Like, if you like the game, it's whatever. Personally, you're the problem, but, you know, whatever. In a way, yes. But at the same time, if you want to buy a game, and that's what you want to buy, you know, more power to you. I personally think that Total War Warhammer has pushed the franchise in a terrible direction. One where it's extremely antagonistic towards the consumer base. And they've also cultivated a fan base that attacks people. Like, they did that on the forums. When I remember being on the forums and being like, wow, I'm really looking forward to Rome 2. And then it was like, it was bad. And I remember seeing people get attacked and berated for daring to criticize the game. And I remember the moderators basically cheering it on. They're going like, yes, yes, attack them, bully them, yes. Like, fuck. It's bad. It's bad. Creative Assembly needs to fire their community managers. They need to lose their jobs. Because of what they did to both content creators and actual players. And modders. Like, they've caused so many issues. It's an embarrassment. It is disgusting. I've never once before seen one of their a moderator for a game attacks a modder, right? Or their community manager attacks a modder who made a game that made the Chinese women look sexier because the person was Chinese and they just wanted to upload art that made the characters look sexy because they just wanted to. That was their mod. They attacked them, basically forced them to shut it down. At the same time, that same person who did it, that I think it was Grace CA, I don't remember who it was, then went around and said like, oh, look at these like sexy men portraits, they're so fine. Like, the double standard and fucking sexism in Creative Assembly is incredible. Like, okay, so you can have sexy men but you can't have sexy women? Like, what the hell kind of bigotry is that? Like, this is unironically like sexist. Like, you can't have sexy women but you can have sexy men. Like, that is sexist. Not very many people even know what real sexism is anymore. Am I at war with you or not? I always forget. I'm like floating my happy ass up here. All these people are red, and it makes me think like we're at war, but we're not. Yeah, see, like, what the fuck, game? You're so confusing. Oh, I'm so arsteed. Okay, so we are at war. Okay. Am I at war with you? I'm gonna transition stances so I don't get ambushed.
Make them pay.
Hello. Say, oh shit. Yeah, it's Grace the bitch. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Their community managers are terrible people. And they deserve to be called out for the horrible shit they say and do. And the fact that they attack their fans, and they attack their modders, and they attack the content creators. They attack everyone. They are bigots, they are sexists, and I hate them. I hate them because they're assholes. I don't even hate them because they're sexist. I don't even hate them because they're bigots. I just hate them because they're pieces of shit. Like, they're just dicks. Like, every last one of them. Creative Assembly called one of their content creators a dick openly. And private, they bullied and harassed one content creator that made him into a total fucking bitch. That content creator is called Legends of Total War. Used to be like a pretty stand-up guy and critic of Creative Assembly and stuff like that, but now he's just an absolute cuck. And a part of me just feels bad. Like, I'm not even really mad at him anymore, even though he's kind of a little cuck boy. But the thing is, well, yeah, it's kind of disgusting, I know. But the thing is, like, fuck, like, Christ. I used to respect that guy. Weird how the world changes, huh? The thing is, it's terrible. And in regards to that issue, like, they wouldn't give him access to content early or something like that. They wouldn't communicate with him. Dogbert's a piece of shit. Like, Christ's sake, these people need to be run out of their jobs. Like, I swear to God, if I ever get more influential, I will fucking push for those things. Just because I'm spiteful towards people like that. I'm sick and tired of people like that getting away with shit. I'm never gonna forget that, even as I grow successful. I'm going to remember these people. One day, I'm going to smack them. Smack them with mean words. And those mean words will sting badly. Like, oh. Yeah, Legend went downhill hard. Oh my god, did he ever. Legend is like a total fucking like normie now. Like, it's cringe. Like, it's absolutely cringe. Oh man. Like, he was like the last Total War YouTuber I used to watch too. He was, I think, yeah. I don't watch any of the other ones, like, fuck, I don't even know. Like, they're all simps or sellouts. Like, every last cunting one of them. They have no spine, no fucking balls. I hate them. I blame the content creators partially. The content creators allowed this shit to happen because they fucking stayed silent about it. Not only did they stay fucking silent about it, but they promoted it, basically. By just allowing it to happen and never fucking criticizing it and never actually taking a stance. They just allowed themselves to get fucked over and over again. The content creators for Total War are part of the problem. They have enabled this culture of hate and bigotry inside of Creative Assembly. See, now I sound like an SJW. But that's so true. Like, this is actually what has happened. And I hated it. I remember watching it happen. That's a lot of bad guys. But if we win the battle, there's going to be a lot of good things. Balrac's the sellout and a shill. Yep. No soul. Apollo, I don't remember. I don't watch him. I remember. I think Apollo was a good guy. I don't remember. I don't remember at all. Weaselly people I hate. It's their decision to do that. They have every right to do that. That's their choice. But I hate it. I disagree with it. Now, Get a Real Kick is a bit say, I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. CA lol. Get a Real Kick does another bit say, shut up, bigot. You shut up. He's like, eh. No, Khalifa. The thing is, being banned wouldn't matter because the way Creative Assembly works is they blacklist you anyways the minute you say anything critical. Like, that's not the answer. The thing is, the correct solution here is not an easy one. It isn't. It's not something that I would want to do if I was reliant on Total War content. But then again, that would be my fault for being an idiot and only relying on being a Total War streamer. Or worrying about whether did I get exclusive access or special privileges. Fuck that. I'd rather have a fucking... some level of goddamn integrity. So I can actually sleep at night without being like, God, I'm such a fucking cuck and chill. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I don't even know how they sleep at night. That's just video game shit. Like, fuck. Imagine being such a little worthless piece of shit. Like, oh my god. I'd rather commit seppuku. You think the bad guys are gonna win, chant? Hope not. Look at them. Look at this map, okay? This map is actually pretty cool. Like, all the stuff around this map. I swear to God. This could be like a big multiplayer map, really. Like, look at all the stuff. There's lots of verticality, there's hills, there's like little cliffs and stuff. Like, it looks pretty neat, I guess. I don't mind it. There's some stuff to play with. Alan Zakiv says, Kibs, the one thing I've learned from the SJWs is that they're all hypocrites. And the only standards are that they're double standards, AE, one rule, but one rule for thee, but not for me, etc. Basically, yeah. I mean, it's funny that they always turn out to be fucking, like, weird sex offenders or pedos at the end of the day. But generally, those people always have something to hide, some sort of nasty fucking skeleton hiding in their little closet. It's whatever. See, I don't even care, like, if you're left-leaning or right-leaning. I don't give a shit. Like, I just want to play video game, and I just want video game to be good. Video game is shit, and it makes me sad. Because I don't understand. Well, no, I do understand, but I hate it. I don't like the reasoning. We would all be better off if the Total War games were better and more fun and more engaging and had more mechanics behind them and were generally just better designed. It would be healthier for the franchise. The fans would benefit. The game's sales and reviews would be even more positive than they are. And it would generally just improve the overall experience of the Total War games and their longevity. I think that that is far more paramount and far more important than having watered down gameplay stuff. Oh god, the bird people are coming. I mean, in order to fix, like, Creative Assembly scumbagginess, like, basically, what needs to happen, and it's actually fixable. These issues are fixable. Don't make the mistake of thinking that these issues can't actually be solved, because they actually can be. There's no such thing as an unsolvable issue. The problem is that the community has become so weak and wobbly. I mean, they always kind of were. The thing is, if, this is a big if here, okay? If people would actually stand up back when Legend was getting shat on by Dogbert, and Dogbert was shitting all over him, if people would actually stand up and actually do something about Dogbert, like, I'm not just saying, like, do something as in, like, oh, go out and get him. Like, do something as in, like, actually be like, hey, you know, you should stop. If, like, the other content creators would have just made a statement, made noises, like, basically rallied the community to be like, hey, this is fucking awful. You guys need to reprimand Dogbert for what he's doing to Legend. This is horrible. This is horrific. Like, what are you doing?
Sighted your hidden units.
Like, but they didn't. You know what they did? They were silent because they were afraid they'd lose exclusive access to the Total War game. They allowed somebody to be bullied because they were afraid that they couldn't get the video game a week early. Like, what the actual fuck?
One of your units has gone
It's
berserk.
just a stupid ass video game. Like, who cares? And don't give me that bullshit about, like, oh, well, you know, I could have got the game early and like, I get more views. Yeah, sure, you'll get more views, but you're telling me that you'd rather somebody be fucking bullied over getting, like, about getting the game early? Like, fucking Christ. I don't know, it just makes me mad. Just, it doesn't have to be that way. Yeah, people choose it to be that way. And you may be right, like, maybe nothing will change. Because honestly, they allowed that to happen. It was one of the reasons why I deleted my channel originally, because I just didn't want to do Total War anymore. There was a mixture of, why are you stuck? Oh, they're enraged. God damn it. I'll control my ass. Come back here. Poop. I have a feeling a lot more of them are going to come to this. Which, if true, big cringe. That's the problem with a lot of these communities. A lot of them don't stand up for each other when they get attacked. And it's like that, you know that stupid stone toss meme where the fucking little ball thing rolls over the dudes? Like, it's basically the same thing, but for video games. Where the little fucking ball just keeps keeps rolling over people. Because we let it happen. It shouldn't be this way, but it is. Legend shouldn't have been bullied for those things. He shouldn't have been suppressed / oppressed, or whatever word you want to use. Regardless of whether you like him or not, it doesn't even matter. Like, it's just not right. Nobody, regardless of your beliefs or otherwise, deserve to have that happen to them at all. Like, it's just, and it's not even just a Total War thing. Like, let's back this up and look at the grand scheme of things. Like, this issue permeates like beyond just this Creative Assembly thing. Like, this is in other communities as well. Like, you guys mentioned the GW community. This exact same thing happened to Arch. And what did people do when, you know, he was abused and fucking stuff happened to him? Did they come out in defense of him? They didn't even necessarily come out in defense of him. Did they condemn the actions of anybody for doing that, for harassment? No. You know what they did? They cheered. They cheered. They celebrated in private. Most of them. Most of them did. And it's sickening. It's honestly sickening. It's made me sour to so many things. And I've become very cynical because of things like this. Like, That's one of the reasons why I look at things so negatively. And I'm like, everything's like shitty in that regards.
One of your
But
units
what's weird
has
is
no
I always
more
find myself being
ammunition.
the optimist when it comes to a lot of things. When it comes to like Arch talking about stuff, like he's given up more than I have. Like it's like, wow, I'm much more hopeful than I thought I was. Weird. Weird. Weird and uncanny, as they say. Things shouldn't be the way they are, yet they are, and there's nothing we can do about it, and I hate it. I hate it.
Your
It's
warriors
honestly
are
less.
rallying.
These lessons are important, though. These things are important to remember. Mango Lad says, hello, first time seeing this Total War. Is it at least fun? I only know it is a gimped version of the mainstream Total War titles. Well, that has to do with the fact that it's made by the Bulgarian team, who has like maybe half or maybe a quarter of the resources. Honestly, I've given this game a lot more slack than the modern Total Wars, and I've said so, my reasoning for it. I give it slack because the team that developed it had access to a pittance of resources. And to my knowledge, they also got money from Epic, but a part of me just has this distinct feeling that that money never really saw its way into development, either through corruption or some other weird means. But it just, I don't know, I just had that feeling, you know? Like, it's just there. It's like, did it really end up there? Or did, like, the
Your
British
warriors
Creative
are
Assembly
losing
team
heart.
steal it? Like, I could totally see them going, like, yes, they'll take the Epic deal because we have, you know, executive power over them. And now that they've taken the executive deal, or Epic deal, we'll take the money from that. And they're like, no. No. I don't know, but maybe. I doubt it. That might be just me being a meme.
Your hero is under attack.
But yes, all these issues, all these things that permeate these other fandoms and stuff, it made me realize one thing. That I very much want my universe to be a thing, and my world and my IP to be a thing, more than anything. Because the thing I have a feeling with our IP is that we will have a far better chance of being able to properly ensure that people that play it don't care about these things. And if they do, they don't let it bleed in, because we can simply just tell them that, you know, knock it off or you'll get banned.
Your warriors are rallying.
We have the executive power to control that. And when I say that, I'm not saying like, oh, it'll be like my politics. Like, no. There's a reason why I have the no politics thing. It's because, honestly, this is where Arch and I disagree. Like, I hate politics. The only reason why I talk about it as much as I do is because I've been caught up in it because of my affiliation with Arch, who's affiliated with fucking Zargon. Because, of course, like, that somehow drags you into it, no matter what. Oh, God. But I'm not going to give up on my friend just because, you know, something retarded like that. I'm not going to abandon my friends because they have political opinions and they choose to be actively talking about it. No, that's wrong. You stand by your friends, no matter what. But it's one of those things that is stressful. How come we's not winning? Or if we's winning, we's not winning good enough? You know, I have a feeling that we don't get a bonus from shooting up here. See, that's the thing. That's another thing I'm talking about elevation, verticality. Maps have verticality, but you know what it doesn't feel like? I feel like we should have serious bonuses. I think we get a damage bonus, but like,
Your warriors
I feel like they should
have
get like
been routed.
penalties for shooting at me. Like it's harder for them to, or something, you know? Anything to make it a little bit more neat. On the road again, says B. Landvis. Nice. Get a real there's a bit to say. I think many of them thought they would benefit from the smaller pool of Warhammer content creators, so they are all pro expulsion from a community till it's their turn. Make your own GA. How dare you be qualified to make a conjugate point happens. I don't know. I'm kind of annoyed. Like, I wish contemporary politics had like nothing. Like, I don't mind people talking about it. Like, that's not the issue. You just have to ban it though. So you kind of have to mind it, you know? Like, it doesn't matter if it's right or left leaning. It needs to be universally banned. Fair treatment for all. Keep it out. Everything has become so inflammatory. Like, it misses the point. Like, who cares? Right? Who cares about tribal politics? Video games, right? That's more important. Because, like, the whole thing about being into the hobby of video games and stuff like that is, it's the idea of escapism. Like, I don't want to think about the real world stuff and whatever's happening in the real world. Because the real world's, firstly, boring and uninteresting half the time. And when it is interesting, normally somebody's dying or something horrible is happening. And that's not good. That's bad. That's very bad. Water splashy.
As requested. Sword. Combat ready.
I think we're winning. I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you. Politics are cancerous, says Alan Zakiv. Unfortunately, we are seeing people drag politics into everything, where you can't escape, and if you speak out, you get stabbed in the back. It's horrendous. It is. It's honestly it's a good lesson, though. Witness and experience, because with that lesson, I now understand things in order which of what I'll need to be aware of when RIP, if RIP ever takes off or has a fandom. If we earn that privilege. I now know that I will have to be making sure that people that are in charge of moderation understand our vision, and that our vision is simply make a game in which people can escape and play and just have fun. All that matters. That's all I am worthwhile of doing. That's all I want to do. That's what the point of our stupid logo is, the bottom right. The whole blue and red is like two sides coming together to share a common love or interest. It's a stupid, really old thing I came up with as a kid that I thought was cringy, and that Sal made into an actual logo, and that several people on the team were like, that's really endearing, and I'm like, oh no. It's sticking against my better wishes. Goodbye, Callum. Take care, buddy. Have yourself a good sleep. It's a bit to say. Or wait, did you give 100 bits to say? I really look forward to playing your game in large part because of how you approach this stuff. I feel like every penny donated will go towards making a great game I will enjoy that exists outside the current BS. I mean, when you play your game, you're not even going to think about this. I want you to forget about the real world. Like, you're going to be concerned. Yeah, sure, you'll be concerned with politics, all right. You'll be concerned with the Astrian politics. You're not going to care anything about anything else. You'll be like, oh my god, is Celeste literally the most based girl on the planet or not? That's going to be your concern for the rest of your life. Like, is she actually, like, amazing, or is she a potato? Big questions for big people. Because like, that sounds retarded. These are the big, important questions. Cheat. Oh my god, it just never ends, chat. I mean, I will give it this. This battle is long. It's been bloody. I'm not sure if anyone in chat's dead.
Gold and glory. Slay them. At your order.
Ready to serve! Hungry for glory! Move up!
Yeah. Here's one thing I want to talk about real quick. So, look at these. So, when the enemies are shattered, they turn into skulls, right? That's fine and all, but, like, I wish it would turn into a white or, like, flashing banner so that I could tell it was running better. Because the thing is, like, it's kind of, like, because it's the same color, sure, the symbol is different, but from my peripheral vision, it doesn't look like they're shattered. And they are shattered, but it can be very, very, very confusing.
They will fall.
Kills them all. Just keep killing, just keep killing. What do? We kill. Killing routing units in this one isn't as easy. I kind of miss how it worked in Medieval 2. A bit more satisfying when you just sort of murdered them all. Here we go. The waifu battles have already begun for Kibs game. Have they? Have they really? Goes them faster, cheat. Kills them faster. He's taking a while to kill him, actually. Oh, they get a veterancy pip for murdering. See, I knew you get XP from that. Arch, you were wrong. I was always like, God, I'm pretty sure routing enemies does give XP. Yeah, it does, because they just leveled up. Yeah, they are delicious XP bags. Or was it Arch? I don't remember. Somebody told me that in our friend group that it doesn't do that. And I was like, I'm pretty sure killing routing units does give veterancy. Good enough. Academy victory my ass game. Not with those running them down. The speeches that the general given in Medieval 2 were nice. Yeah, it's a feature that just disintegrated in modern Total War, sadly. They still outnumber me in terms of survivors, but they've been heavily, heavily murder-cated. Which is good. Gidarielka donates a bit to say Taros is S-tier waifu. Damn, Taros. For the Kanar series. Sadly, he's been dead for 1,000 years by the time we get to 1022 AE, which is the start of the game. But that's fine. At least you liked Taros. Somebody did. I thought the logo was for homo trap sex. Yif piles. Ugh. Do you really vomit a little? The original time I first drew the logo for this channel, like when I was like fucking... When I was like, was it elementary? When I was like thinking about stuff like this? Not necessarily for the channel, but like as a whole, was like, oh, fuck, I don't remember. It was a long time ago. It looked awful. Did it again in like high school and middle school, back when we were like, yes, we're gonna do YouTube at some point to help boost the games, like to prepare to build a network for the game. A plan I had like way long ago. I was like middle school or high school, but I was like, I don't have the resources to do it at that time, and I also didn't have skill, and I also didn't want to do it because I was young and I didn't like the sound of how young I sounded. I thought I'd sound super immature, so I waited till I got older. But I practiced a little bit. I remember that. Ah, yes, the logo. And then around that point, I drew it again, and it looked like a vagina. It was terrible. Like, that's not right.
Nice to be
I reject your filthy trade offer. I didn't even look at yours. Like, what? This is ridiculous. Already declare war on me, piggy. I feel like some people just declare war on me for no absolute reason. Urgh.
doing Hades' work.
Oh, we can recruit a special unit there.
I will serve you well.
Units are quite battered, though. No way in hell can we assault that position, though.
Show me blood.
Wait, what? I didn't even... Hold on. I just ignored a UI element.
Break some heads.
Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't even notice that. I don't even know how I noticed that. Didn't notice that. It's a big square at the top of the screen. You can, like, choose divine supports and stuff. That's kind of cute. I like that. I give that a 6 out of 7 scutes. That's pretty scooty. Yeah, that looks like it'd be awful to attack. I think we'll siege them for a while.
Engage the enemy.
Now the issue is, if any of these guys are at war with me and they decide to come over and try to alleviate that stress on that settlement, we might be in a bit of a pickle, chat. Just a bit of a pickle. Now there's 4 stacks of sadness up here. Fortunately, 1 is extremely sad. We want to get the better settlements, because then the garrisons will be stronger too. Annoyed. Can't see. Okay. Now hold on. If we open up the diplomatic map mode, Kibs is quite curious to know how many people hate. See this right here. How do I look at Crete with this being this big? Like, this is absolutely awful. They're at war with a lot of people, which is good, because fuck them and I hate them. Would be funny if I could peace out with them and then just leave them at war with like 30 nations. Oh, there's a big army there, and I think it's heading north.
Ajax the Great. A giant among men.
Sam News says, definitely wasn't Arch buried in his long buried LPs of Total Warhammer? That man would send the doggos to murder every single survivor in each battle. The Blondie. He also had a horrible tendency to be bad at Total War, so by corner camping like a coward.
It will be epic.
Fucking coward shit. Disgusting.
I'll get on it.
Blonde corner camping bastard. He corner camped a lot.
Make me proud. Massacre them.
Wow, a bit violent much? Yikes, bro. Christ. Well, we're getting more food, which is good. Yeah, the mods definitely help this game out a bit. I do like the alliances. They do feel like there's a good little bit of alliance systems going on. I wish they kind of... C3... I am annoyed that Total War, like, introduced some cool ideas, and then the next game doesn't have those cool ideas. Like, no fires, the diplomacy system was a little bit better in Three Kingdoms. There's a lot more options there, but it's not bad here. However, chat, I think now it's about 4 hours. Now we should probably end the stream. As much as I want to keep going, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. I want to keep going. I really do, chat, but I shouldn't keep going. Save time. Oop. Saving. I want to keep going. But I can tell that I'm just so depleted that I've been making horrible, like, decisions in combat for a while now. Now, fortunately, I managed to get better. I know you just got here, Uproar. 3 more hours, please. Tell you what, when we do the Fire Warrior stream, it'll be super long. Before you guys go, let's actually discuss the Fire Warrior stream. Just a sec, right? So what day should you think we should do it? I think maybe we'll do it next week. What do you think? Next week sound good? Maybe on a Wednesday or something, or maybe weekend? Go on a weekend. Oh wait, no wait. Hold on. Idea. Sunday this week. Sunday this week, maybe. Green Branch is followed on Twitch. Wave. Thank you, Paul. Sunday on Twitch. Sunday on Twitch. It's YouTube. Hearted. I multi-stream. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where I stream. Oh my god, Christ. Dummy. I think Sunday, maybe. Because we'll get the Fire Warrior stream out of the way. Then we have to do the 6K subscriber special. I've got Jake working on some special art for that for you guys. So that's going to be really exciting. You guys like Jake's art. You definitely like his loot, so... Medieval 2 is definitely the best one. Yes. We're going to be doing Fire Warrior for maybe the last time, finally. Hopefully. Maybe. Almost stream when? Done? No, it's quiet. Am I quiet? It's because I sat back a little bit. Whoops. But yeah, we'll do Fire Warrior, I'm thinking, on Saturday. No, Sunday. Because if I remember right, we had to postpone this week's RP because somebody has to go do something. And if that's the case, if the RP is postponed, I might as well take that day to stream something, else. So yeah, maybe we'll do Fire Warrior. That shouldn't be bad. We do talk, just not this week. Somebody had to cancel. They've got some family. They got to visit some family, so it's like, definitely. Especially because it's hard to visit family these days, considering things. So we're gonna take some time, visit some family, have some fun times. Take this as a vacation day. So there's no RP this weekend, if I remember correctly. There will be an RP next week, though, to my knowledge. Welcome home, Jimby. But I think I'll end the stream here. So yeah, I think we'll do it Sunday. I'll probably pre-schedule it soon. We'll do a little bit of boozing it, but we'll save the boozing for the 6K subscriber special, which I still have to figure out what to do for that. We might not do that this month. It might actually be next month because we're halfway through this month, and honestly, I want to give you guys a couple weeks sort of advance thing. Well, the Dark Donates $2 say, keep schedule updates. Well, I just said, we'll do it Sunday maybe. We'll probably do it Sunday. Oh no, the animation's borked. It does that sometimes. How agitating. Like it'll stop looping. It's bugged. Right after sheets or popcorn show up. When it does a full loop and it'll be like bloop and it'll be duh. Bonk. Yep, it's stopped. It does that sometimes. I don't know why. It's super annoying. Oh, whatever. Look at that dumb face. Home World Cataclysm stream when? At some point. I intend to play a lot more games. We'll get to them. We'll probably be doing a lot more now, since Bubbles will be having to leave an hour early, or after an hour. So there's going to be a lot more solo streams, which is sucky, because I do enjoy Bubbles' company. He's a good friend. But it is what it is. Let's talk to Secretary Desco. She's sleeping right now. Thank you for the $2 donation, Chloe. She's resting. But yes. We'll do that. So we'll do the fireworks stream, I think, this Sunday. Why not? Sundays are easier. It'll be an all-day stream. If we beat Fire Warrior, we'll do maybe a bonus. No, maybe I'll save that. Maybe I should save the Star Trek FPS game for later. I think that would be wise. Save that for the next day. Maybe. Yeah. Big planning. Listen, Jimbo, the VOD's there. It's like 4 hours long. Criminy. And most of it's just me rambling and ranting. Because I'm in one of those rambly, ranty moods. Because I'm a little bit deadbeat tired. Just don't overwork yourself, Kibs. No, I'm not overworking myself. I just have to sort of fix my sleep schedule. I messed it up because I was like, I wasn't feeling well because I think I undercooked something. And so I went to bed, or not to bed. I took a nap. Problem was I overslept the nap and it threw up my sleep schedule. And so that's why I'm super like deadbeat tired right now. Because I fucked up my goddamn sleep schedule from that. And now I'm mad because it's like, well, now I'm tired now. And I shouldn't be tired at 9. I should be awake for at least 2 more hours minimum. So I fucked it up. So I'm gonna technically procrastinate, but I'm gonna go procrastinate by like looking at work stuff, which will be oh so goddamn fun. But either way, I'll wrap up the stream here, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think Bubbles will be leaving again an hour short. So I don't know. It's gonna be difficult, but we'll figure it out. Either way, have a good night. Don't forget, Discord is in the description, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. So have a good day. And don't forget, my DMs are open, so if you guys do have further questions about stuff, you can ask me stuff. Don't be afraid. I had somebody tell me not that long ago that they're like, oh, I was so afraid to talk to you. It's like, why? Literally, why? Literally, there's no reason to be. I'll ban you at random. Good night, chat. Bye-bye.